Chapter 587. It was a complete mess. The energy waves on the transmission array were all distorted and trembling, and quite a bit of it had been destroyed. Half of the entire transmission array had collapsed. Luo Tian walked out of the transmission array, and his face darkened as he thought to himself, "Seems like the 10 great immortal sects have already arrived." Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately thought of Yunling, Yun Yi, and the others, and his heart tightened as he thought to himself, "I wonder how they are now. Please don't let anything happen to them." He started to worry. He had calculated that the 10 great immortal sects would appear about a month later, but he didn't expect them to appear so early. This was his negligence. Luo Tian's face turned anxious as he immediately walked towards the outer sect. The more he walked, the uglier his expression became. Corpses could be seen everywhere. They were all outer sect disciples. Those disciples who weren't even at the mysterious ancestor realm had all died miserably, and there wasn't even anyone to collect their corpses. Could it be that everyone from Hua Shan Immortal Sect had died? The strange thing was, there wasn't a single inner sect disciple. Why was that? Could it be that the elders and sect masters of Hua Shan Immortal Sect had used the outer sect disciples as cannon fodder and sandbags? If that was the case, Luo Tian's expression changed once again. He did not have a good impression of Hua Shan Immortal Sect, nor did he have a good impression of the outer sect disciples. However, they were all disciples of Hua Shan Immortal Sect, and as the higher-ups they should protect them. But from the looks of it, the outer sect was simply a slaughterhouse. It was a complete massacre. Indeed, the alliance army of the 10 great immortal sects wasn't very strong, but entering Hua Shan Immortal Sect was like entering and exiting an uninhabited land, completely unobstructed. Other than Han Hua, Su Shan, and the others, who had organized a resistance, not a single inner sect elder appeared. They were all killed. Out of the thousands of outer sect disciples, only a few dozen survived. Even so, Hua Shan Immortal Sect still had to compensate for the secret technique, compensate for the profound stones, compensate for the inner core, and also sign a series of unfair treaties. Hua Shan Immortal Sect was truly rotten to the bones. Luo Tian had once held a glimmer of hope for Hua Shan Immortal Sect. He hoped that Hua Shan Immortal Sect would be able to react normally in the face of the 10 great immortal sect siege. At the very least, he would be able to fight for his family. However, Luo Tian was disappointed. His heart was in despair. That's good, die." Luo Tian laughed bitterly, looking for Han Hua and the others. It was also at this moment. The patrolling group of 5 inner sect disciples suddenly saw Luo Tian. They had never seen Luo Tian before. When they saw Luo Tian, they thought that he was an outer sect disciple who had played dead to avoid a calamity. They couldn't help but sneer. Outer sect disciples are just trash, playing dead to trick the 10 great immortal sects disciples. What a useless thing. One of them asked, "Who are you?" Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and said, "Luo Tian." Luo Tian? Are you Luo Tian? That useless Luo Tian with a shattered dantian and no bloodline talent? Are you the one who killed the talented disciples of the 10 great immortal sects in the heavenly realm? Luo Tian's eyes flickered, and his body emitted a cold, killing intent. "Yes, it's me." Boom! Luo Tian is back. Luo Tian is back. This bastard is finally back, causing our Hua Shan Immortal School to be in such a state. You still have the face to come back? You dog, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. I won't let you off today. Capture him and go to the sect leader to ask for credit. The 5 of them became excited. Luo Tian did not move and asked, "Before you capture me, can I ask you something? Where are Han Hua, Yunling, Yun Yi, Zhao Chen, and Elder Su Shan?" "Humph. Luo Tian, you bastard, there's no harm in telling you. That old thing Su Shan actually publicly insulted the sect leader and was killed by the sect leader with a single punch. As for Han Hua and the others, they were cheap. Bitch. Son, the sect leader has already given the order to execute them. Right now, they have almost been taken away by the law enforcement hall and are about to die. Luo Tian, you'll be there soon. Finished. Luo Tian's face changed. He raised his eyes slightly, and the power of the death god's killing Tao burst out, his figure flashing past. Bam! Bam! Bang! 5 explosions sounded out behind him. The bodies of the 5 people were crushed by the power of Luo Tian's death god's killing Tao, exploding into powder. You dare to touch my people? Even if the Heavenly King comes today, he will still die. Luo Tian's anger soared to the sky. His body was filled with thick black flames condensed from killing intent. Walking to the entrance of the inner sect, the 2 disciples guarding the entrance immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Luo Tian did not avoid and directly said, "Luo Tian. You are Luo Tian. You are the bastard who caused the Huashan Immortal School to be in such a state." Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian's brows moved, and the pressure was released with all his might, instantly killing the 2 of them. It was also at this time a voice sounded from the inner sect. Luo Tian is back, Luo Tian is back, Luo Tian is back. Suddenly, the entire inner sect was in an uproar. On the way to the law enforcement hall, Han Hua laughed. Yunling and Yun Yi laughed. Zhao Chen immediately laughed wildly. "Boss Luo, you're finally here, ha ha ha!" All of a sudden, the disciples of the inner sect martial arts hall came out in full force. The disciples of the law enforcement hall came out in full force. The disciples of the array formation hall, the beast taming hall, the alchemy hall. All the disciples of the hall swarmed over. When dealing with the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, they were all as afraid as dogs, not daring to come out at all. When they saw the people from the 10 great immortal sects, they were like mice that saw cats, or even worse than mice, trembling in fear. However, when dealing with their own people, they were fiercer than anyone else. Knowing that Luo Tian had returned, he immediately rushed out. "Luo Tian, you bastard, give me your life today. The Huashan Immortal Sect has been harmed by you to this extent, and you still have the face to come back? Today, even if the Huashan Patriarch is still alive, you can forget about living. You trash." All sorts of insults rang out. All the inner sect disciples had extremely ferocious expressions, wishing that they could eat Luo Tian's flesh and drink his blood, as if Luo Tian had **ked all the women in their family. It was unknown if this hatred was just an act for the elders and sect masters, or if they really hated Luo Tian. Luo Tian walked step by step to the inner sect martial arts practice field. Behind him, both sides were filled with people, all of them staring at him coldly. If looks could kill, Luo Tian would have died tens of millions of times. Suddenly, the sky suddenly shook, and a huge pressure came crashing down like a raging tide. The pressure of the profound Emperor realm. It was incomparably powerful. The clouds in the sky moved, and Primordius Holy Man's figure descended. A Vudra angry claw extended out from the void, fiercely grabbing towards Luo Tian's throat, and roared with incomparable anger. "Luo Tian, you dog, give me your life!" Die. In that instant, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a death god smile, and said disdainfully, "Right now, you don't even have the qualifications to speak in front of me." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian's profound Emperor Realm power directly exploded out. Chapter 588. The actions of the Huashan Immortal Sect were chilling. Luo Tian did not care about this. He only cared about one thing. Where were his friends, his women, and his brothers? Were they going to be tortured? That would have to be asked if he agreed to it. From the beginning, Luo Tian had already guessed that the Huashan Immortal Sect would end up like this. The corruption, greed, and lack of cohesion of the upper echelons was something that could be imagined. However, everything that the Huashan Immortal Sect had done today made him furious. He knew that the Huashan immortal sect was rotten, but Luo Tian did not expect it to be rotten to such an extent. From the moment he appeared, the inner sect disciples rushed out like a tide. It was as if they had seen the murderer of their father. They were incomparably ferocious, and their eyes were filled with intense hatred and killing intent. Was all this because of Luo Tian? No. Luo Tian had only accelerated the death of the Huashan immortal sect. If he wanted the Huashan immortal sect to rise again, he had to let it die first and be reborn from the ashes to establish a new Huashan immortal sect. This was what Luo Tian wanted to do. Primordial Tao Sovereign brought along the pressure of the enraged profound emperor and almost instantly wanted to crush Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. But what he did not expect was that his pressure was completely useless against Luo Tian. It did not have any effect at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not even a bubble appeared. Why was this so? At this moment, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly. The aura of the profound emperor realm instantly erupted from his body. He snorted disdainfully. You still dare to show off in front of me? You don't have the qualifications to do so now. Profound emperor realm. Explode! Rumbled, the sky darkened. The profound emperor battle chi on Luo Tian's body was like a valiant sharp sword that shot into the sky. It violently exploded above the 9 heavens, forming thousands of muffled thunderbolts that exploded in the hearts of everyone in the Huashan immortal sect. It was very uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort was indescribable. Profound emperor battle chi. What did this mean? This meant that Luo Tian was already a mystic emperor expert. There were less than 10 mystic emperors in the Huashan immortal sect, but Luo Tian had already become a mystic emperor expert. Everyone's face turned ugly. It was as if he had eaten a fly. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at Luo Tian. It was as if he was looking at a monster. How is this possible? He actually broke through from the mystic sovereign realm to the mystic sovereign realm in just 1 month. This is absolutely impossible. It can't be. His dantian is shattered, and he doesn't have any innate bloodline. How could he cultivate so quickly? Even Moron Wanjian, the son of the true dragon, wouldn't be able to break through so many times in such a short time. I don't understand. Shocking. There is also an indescribably uncomfortable feeling of his mind being crushed. It was the same for Tao Master Primordial Chaos. He stared at Luo Tian without moving. His brows were tightly knitted, and his cold gaze was like thousands of sharp swords piercing through. He wanted to see Luo Tian clearly, but he couldn't even see a single strand of hair. He said in a shocked voice, You're now a mystic emperor? Luo Tian didn't even bother to look at him. He swept his gaze across the crowd and used the lion-tiger gold shattering roar to shout, All disciples of the Huashan immortal sect, listen up. No matter how you looked at me in the past or in the future, I'm going to do something today. I'm going to kill all those cowardly, greedy, and despicable upper echelons of the Huashan immortal sect. I'm going to build a new Huashan immortal sect, a Huashan immortal sect that can compete with the 10 great immortal sects. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Boom! Luo Tian's voice exploded above the Huashan immortal sect. The entire Huashan immortal sect was in an uproar. You're courting death! With a shrill cry, Empyrean Cloud Fate was enraged to the extreme. He rushed out like a wild beast. At this moment, all the elders flew out and landed behind Yunji. They all looked at Luo Tian with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a person who was about to die. Primordial Chaos, Holy Man sneered. You finally revealed your ambitions. A mere piece of trash actually wants to destroy the Huashan immortal sect. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Just based on your cultivation of a mystic emperor? Humph. Primordial Chaos, Holy Man snorted, his eyes full of contempt. Luo Tian, you think too highly of yourself. You're just a mystic emperor and you want to climb over our heads. You're really tired of living. Why are you talking so much to him? Capture him and hand him over to the 10 great immortal sects. We can't take any more trouble. Sect Master, let's go and capture this kid. Yes, a mere mystic emperor dares to be so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he'll really be lawless in the future. He really thinks that there's no one in the Huashan immortal sect. All the elders shouted. Their hatred for Luo Tian was very strong. It was stronger than any other disciple. They were also affected by the mystic stones and inner cores that they had to compensate the 10 great immortal sects. In these few years, they could forget about getting any mystic stones or inner cores. All of this was thanks to Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Wow, I'm scared. Didn't you old farts want me dead? Since the day I came in, you've been thinking of ways to chase me out. Come, let's tear apart your hypocritical face today. Come at me together. You're courting death." Emperor Yun Ji furrowed his brows and shouted again. His eyes were filled with flames. Primordial chaos, holy man, took a step forward. The mystic emperor battled chi on his body swelled, and his whole body was wrapped in a golden light. His eyes darkened, and his figure moved in an instant. He scolded angrily, "Luo Tian, you son of a bitch, die for me." "Humph." Luo Tian snorted and shouted coldly, "Primordial chaos, holy man, you're too inexperienced." Level 8 Berserk. Boom! 256 times the attribute power was released. Luo Tian's mystic emperor battle, Qi, burst out like a flame. Before primordial chaos holy man could attack, he took the lead and rushed forward. All of you watch carefully. Watch how I kill this inhumane, great elder. Die for me. Pure power burst out. His fists moved, and the power on his fists was constantly compressed and collided, directly producing electric current. His fists were like a pair of lightning fists, striking out heavily. Boom! The void cracked. The earth shook. Groan! Primordial chaos, holy man's face darkened. With a shrill roar, his palms transformed into a set of palm techniques and met it head-on. He was a level 2 mystic emperor. In terms of cultivation level, he was 1 level higher than Luo Tian. If it was an ordinary battle, he would be able to crush any first-level mystic sovereign expert. However, when facing Luo Tian, an indescribable fear arose in his heart. Rumble. Dust flew everywhere on the martial arts field, and the earth cracked. An afterimage flew out, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. Primordial chaos, holy man was dead. Instant kill. Sharp domineering a mess. Chapter 589. Instant kill. A pair of fists had instantly killed Empyrean, Primordius. Absolute suppression. The entire Huashan immortal sect went silent. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A battle between profound sovereigns. Victory and defeat were not easy to determine. But now it was an instant kill. No one could accept such a result. Silence. It was so quiet that it was scary. There was no sound at all. However, several sounds came from Luo Tian's body. The sound of the system notification rang out. Luo Tian closed his eyes, looking like he was enjoying it. There was a faint smile on his face as he thought to himself, "I've wanted to F***ck you for a long time. I've wanted to F***ck you since the first day I saw you. Now, let's see what you can drop." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Empyrean Primordius. You have received 1 million experience points and 1 million immortal energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 13 inner cores. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining cloud condensing technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Concentration Ring. Cloud condensing technique? God level cultivation method. Cultivate. If I don't want to walk, I can sit on the clouds. If only I could refine a somersault cloud or something. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. His expression changed because he was worried. Damn. Before Luo Tian could worry about the spirit concentration ring, in his spatial ring, it disappeared. He saw two balls picking his teeth with a look of enjoyment on his face. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Hey, it's this kind of trash again. It doesn't taste good at all. How boring. When can I get some more ancient artifacts? Those things are so good." Luo Tian even had the thought of dying. What he was worried about happened. Two balls didn't even give Luo Tian time to look at the attributes and directly ate it. This two balls. Two balls. You bastard. Get the hell out here. I'm going to spank you. Luo Tian was furious. It was not easy for him to get a godly item. But before he could even look at its attributes, two balls had already eaten it. This feeling was really F***ed. What a jerk. His balls were about to be F***ed. Luo Tian's entire body was powerless, and he felt indescribably miserable. Before Luo Tian could finish, Erden started snoring. He pretended to be talking in his sleep and said, "Boss, I fell asleep. I will wake up in 2 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the great snoring formation completely ignored Luo Tian's angry expression. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his battle pet, Dopey. He leveled up again. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You ate my artifact to level up, you bastard. All right, don't give me the chance. Little guy, I don't believe that I can't take care of you." Of course. If two balls didn't come out, Luo Tian really wouldn't be able to deal with him. At this moment, as the dust on the martial arts field dispersed, Luo Tian stood in place with a depressed expression. Looking at the corpse of the primordious holy man not far away, he spat out a mouthful of saliva in disdain. "Pei, you didn't drop anything good." This action made Emperor Yunji's face even uglier. Luo Tian. With a furious roar, the sixth-stage profound Emperor aura within Emperor Yunji's body erupted. A series of explosions sounded in the sky, and the space distorted. The hearts of all the inner disciples sank, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. Luo Tian was the same. The profound Emperor realm was much more complicated than he had imagined. It was completely different from other realms. 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and at any time, 2 is bigger than 1. This was the difference between the levels of the profound Emperor realm. The reason why Luo Tian was able to kill Primordius Holy Man was because Primordius Holy Man underestimated him. He thought that Luo Tian was not his opponent. How would he know that Luo Tian would go all out from the beginning? If he could kill with one punch, he would definitely not use a second punch. But now it was different. Emperor Yunji's cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the profound Emperor realm. There was a difference of 5 small realms, but in terms of power and pressure, the difference was like heaven and earth. His pressure gushed out, and Luo Tian's body also sank. His sea of consciousness violently shook, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian's expression was bitter. He raised his eyes slightly and shouted in a deep voice, "Emperor Yunji, good method!" Immediately, Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Level 8 Berserk!" After releasing more than 200 times the attribute power, his sea of consciousness improved slightly, but it was still very uncomfortable. His head felt like it was being hollowed out. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and sneered, "Primordius Holy Man is dead. It should be your turn now, right? But before you make your move, I have something to ask you." Without waiting for Emperor Yunji to refuse, Luo Tian directly asked, "The 10 great immortal sects joined forces to besiege the outer sect. Did you appear once? Did you attack once?" Seeing the death of the young outer sect disciples, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart. Those high and mighty elders of the inner sect, the sect master, did not appear. They directly let the 10 great immortal sects coalition forces kill to their heart's content. And Han Hua and the others who resisted were executed. How ridiculous was this? The reason why Luo Tian asked this was to let the surrounding inner sect disciples hear what kind of person Emperor Yunji was. Emperor Yunji unexpectedly laughed wildly and said directly, "The outer sect disciples are just a bunch of trash. Their deaths just saved Huashan a lot of expenses. This time, the 10 great immortal sects coalition forces helped us clean up the trash. I still have to thank them." Unexpectedly, he actually said such words. Luo Tian felt a pain in his heart. At this time, Emperor Yunji said again, "However, none of the outer sect disciples died in this incident. They are the real, useful people of Huashan Immortal Sect. The cornerstone of Huashan Immortal Sect's rise. In order to protect the inner sect disciples, I didn't hesitate to compensate them with secret arts, high-grade magnetite, and inner cores. I wouldn't hesitate to pay more. Only by protecting the inner sect disciples can Huashan Immortal Sect have a future. While speaking, Emperor Yunji couldn't help but sneer. He directly transmitted his thoughts to Luo Tian and said, "Kid, you want to play mind games with me? You're still too inexperienced." It was just as Emperor Yunji had expected. The inner sect disciples were all moved to tears. In their hearts, Emperor Yunji's position had risen to another level. "Sect Master, you've suffered. Sect Master, we swear to defend Huashan Immortal Sect to our deaths. We definitely won't disappoint you." Only 100 or so outer sect disciples were left. These people were naturally abandoned by Emperor Yunji. The inner sect disciples were the ones he wanted to win over. At an unknown time, those outer sect disciples who were still alive walked out one by one. Their faces were expressionless as they stared at Emperor Yunji. Their hearts were dead. It was also at this moment. One of them shouted loudly, "Luo Tian, I support you. Let Huashan Immortal Sect perish." The feeling of being abandoned was very uncomfortable. More than 100 outer sect disciples all stood out and shouted loudly. Emperor Yunji's thoughts moved, and he coldly snorted, "A bunch of trash, go to hell!" At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward. Chapter 590. Emperor Yunji could not bear it anymore. The 100 outer sect disciples could not bear it anymore. Their hearts were cold. Their hearts were broken. This feeling of being abandoned was really hard to bear. Moreover, it was personally said by the sect master, Emperor Yunji. Thinking of how the outer sect disciples were slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the alliance of the 10 great immortal sects, a cruel scene appeared in their minds. Since the inner sect disciples supported him, then there was no need for Luo Tian to fight for it. It was still the same sentence. He was not a homicidal maniac. However, if someone jumped out in front of him to show off, he would definitely not show mercy. Seeing the aura on Emperor Yunji's body faintly moving, Luo Tian also became cautious. He whispered to the outer sect disciples behind him, "All of you, step back a little. I am not Emperor Yunji. I will use my life to protect you." When these words came out, the outer sect disciples were all moved. However, no one took a step back. Instead, they all stepped forward and stood in a row with Luo Tian. This scene made Emperor Yunji even angrier in his heart. He laughed coldly and said, "Ha! Trash can only be together with trash. You bunch of trash should have been cleaned up long ago. Where are the law enforcement hall disciples?" Emperor Yunji angrily shouted. Dozens of inner sect disciples wearing the law enforcement hall's uniform walked out from the group of inner sect disciples and shouted in unison, "Here!" Emperor Yunji said, "Get rid of these trash for me. Don't let a single one of them live. As for Luo Tian, this dog, leave it to me. Harming the Huashan Immortal Sect. Killing the inner sect. Outer sect elder Luo Tian. Today, no matter what, you will die." The word "die" was especially emphasized. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he wouldn't have had to apologize to the 10 great immortal sects, and he wouldn't have had to hand over the 3 secret techniques left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Although he had only handed over the handwritten copies, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Mount Hua immortal sect. What was worse was that it had happened in his hands. Luo Tian's eyes turned cold as he stared at the disciples of the enforcement hall. He laughed coldly. "Come on then. I will kill every single one of you who steps forward. I want to see how many of you will be killed by me. You guys only know how to bully your own people. You don't even dare to let out a fart in front of the disciples of the 10 great immortal sections. What's the point of the Huashan immortal sect supporting you guys? If we are talking about trash, you guys are the true trash of the Huashan immortal sect." Seeing his junior brothers being killed one by one, not a single one of them made a move. What a good senior brother. What an immortal sect. "How dare you?" "Luo Tian, who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here." Emperor Yunji suddenly moved. The Xian Emperor battle chi on his body exploded with a boom, directly forming a dark green, venomous gas flame that rushed forward. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was still shaking nonstop. His mind was being crushed, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. However, he had to do what he said. No matter what, he had to help these outer sect disciples survive today, even if he had to risk his life. In that instant, Luo Tian's heart sank as he roared, "Level 8 Berserk!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Magma raging fire. 9th stage. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Wind shadow step. 9th stage, moonlight step. Swish. Luo Tian instantly disappeared. His entire body turned into a set of flames and forcefully charged forward. "Humph! You're courting death." Emperor Yunji could not endure it any longer, and the suppressed anger in his heart was completely vented out. With a move of his palms, a Tathagata palm print appeared, and the dark green palm print carried an endless amount of poison gas. Poisonous Buddha palm. The inner sect disciples were overwhelmed with shock. The inner sect elders were also shocked. No one would have thought that Emperor Yunji was actually an expert who cultivated poison. In 1,000 years, no one had ever seen Emperor Yunji make a move, and no one had ever seen him use this kind of poison palm. Poisonous Buddha palm. The cultivation technique that the Patriarch of Mount Hua brought back from the outer realm. Luo Tian's mind was in a mess. He did not expect Emperor Yunji to use poison. Everything happened too suddenly, and he was caught off guard. Facing the giant poisonous palm pressing down from the sky, Luo Tian's mind tightened, and he thought to himself, "I'll go all out." He could escape. As long as he used the great circle's instant movement, he could escape. But he couldn't escape, whether it was the hundreds of outer sect disciples or Yunling Yun. Luo Tian couldn't escape. If he couldn't even get past Emperor Yunji, how could he fight against the Grand Elder? He gritted his teeth. Luo Tian also went all out. Holding his breath, his mind, and his sea of consciousness, he shouted, "Azure Dragon Blood Vein, come out!" Roar. The azure dragon shadow rushed into the sky, and a dragon roar exploded above the 9 heavens, causing the entire Mount Hua immortal sect to shake violently. Azure Dragon Blood Vein, the azure dragon blood vein that appeared in the northernmost sea. He didn't detect any bloodline power? Impossible. The divine realm can't be wrong. Luo Tian definitely doesn't have any talent bloodline. How could he fuse with the azure dragon blood vein? Shock. Once again, he was stunned. Emperor Yunji was the same. His eyebrows twitched. Without waiting for him to react, Luo Tian roared again. "Vermilion bird blood vein, go for me!" Boom! A huge fiery red wing on his body rushed into the sky with a shrill cry and then landed heavily on Luo Tian's body. The Vermilion Bird King's aura burst out. Oh my god! 2 bloodlines, what did I see? It's impossible for anyone to fuse two bloodlines, not to mention that both bloodlines are divine bloodlines. It's impossible to fuse them together. Oh my God, what kind of monster is he? He's definitely a monster. They were shocked again. The fusion of two bloodlines was an impossible thing. In the tens of millions of years of history of the Tianqian continent, it had never happened even once. People who had tried either failed or were blown up by the backlash from the fusion of two bloodlines. Yet Luo Tian had managed to fuse two god-level bloodlines. Shock, incomparable shock. Before they could recover from their shocked expressions, Luo Tian roared again and said, "Black tortoise blood vein, come out!" Roar. Oh my God! There's more. There's actually a third bloodline. Fusing three bloodline talents. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Even Morong Wanjian, the son of the true dragon, can't do it. How is it possible? They were all dumbfounded. A huge black tortoise illusion appeared on Luo Tian's body, guarding in front of Luo Tian. It lifted its huge body and looked at the poisonous Buddha palm pressing down from the sky, releasing a black tortoise light shield. Black tortoise, the king of defense. Among the four divine beasts, it was the divine beast with the strongest defense. The black tortoise blood vein was activated, and its defensive power formed a visible light shield that rushed forward. Boom! The light shield and the poisonous Buddha palm collided. It exploded in the sky. Rumble! Luo Tian moved and flew into the sky. The azure dragon coiled around his body. The vermilion bird protected him, and the black tortoise suppressed him. His aura soared, and he was extremely arrogant. The entire Huashan immortal sect was suppressed by the power of the three bloodlines, including Emperor Yun Ji. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your votes. Old Bull is very touched to see a familiar name every day. Thank you. Chapter 591. Let me ask you, who the F***CK dares to say that I don't have a gifted bloodline? The three bloodlines needed to be strengthened. Luo Tian roared. At this moment, the experts from the 10 major sects came out of seclusion and looked into the sky. The bloodlines of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise have been obtained by one person. He actually fused three bloodlines? When did the Huashan immortal sect produce such a freak? What kind of freak disciple is this? Can the three bloodlines really be fused together? No one in the history of the Tianqian continent has ever succeeded. How did he do it? Furthermore, it's three god-level bloodlines. Where did this kid come from? Did he obtain the inheritance of some almighty? Ha! If it was any other sect that obtained such a disciple, they would definitely be able to become the #1 sect in less than 10 years. However, if it's the Huashan immortal sect, it's completely useless. The Huashan immortal sect is no longer the Huashan immortal sect of the past. It has declined, and even the secret arts left behind by its ancestors were given away to others. In the sky, the experts from the various sects began to discuss. At the same time, some were regretful, while others were happy. Regretful that the three god-level bloodlines had fallen into the hands of someone who was about to die. Happy that the three bloodlines were in one person. However, this person was about to die. No matter how strong the bloodline power was, it was useless if you couldn't release it. From the Azure Dragon to the Vermilion Bird to the Black Tortoise, less than a year had passed. Cultivating the power of the bloodline required countless years of fusion and cultivation. It was the same as breaking through to the next realm. One had to constantly dig out the power in the bloodline. Only by fully grasping it could one make perfect use of it. No matter how strong the bloodline was, it was impossible to release too much power in less than a year's time. This was an irreparable injury. It was the same for Luo Tian. The experts from the various sects peered into the sky. With one glance, they knew that Luo Tian had not released the power of the three god-level bloodlines. He couldn't even release 1/10 of their power. This was also why they said that Luo Tian was about to die. The Huashan immortal sect. Luo Tian floated in midair, looking up at the white-haired, white-browed man in the void. He was talking about the changes that had taken place in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The expert sneered and said, "Humph, acting all high and mighty. Just you wait." Luo Tian just couldn't stand these old guys. He thought that he was so great. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Yunji recovered from his astonished expression and said in disdain, "Luo Tian, I didn't expect that you would be able to fuse 3 types of divine bloodlines. You are indeed amazing. If you had displayed this a few months ago, perhaps none of this would have happened. You would have obtained all the cultivation resources of the Huashan immortal sect. It's a pity. It's really a pity. The first person in history to fuse 3 types of divine bloodlines is going to die in my hands. You only have yourself to blame. You killed the emissary of the Star Ocean, destroyed the heavenly realm, and even killed so many disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. Just based on these alone, even if I don't kill you today, you can forget about living in the profound sky continent. However, I don't intend to let you off. Your head can be used as an explanation to the 10 great immortal sections, from beginning to end." Heavenly Lord Yunji was thinking about himself. If he changed his mind, as long as Luo Tian was given some time, the 10 great immortal sects wouldn't dare to touch the Huashan immortal sect. But he didn't. Not even the slightest bit of such a thought. Everyone knew how powerful the divine bloodline was. The immortal controlling immortal sect relied on Morong Wanjin's influence to become the leader of the 10 great immortal sects. Luo Tian had now fused 3 types of divine bloodlines. As long as he was given more time, the 10 great immortal sects would definitely be able to recover to their peak. However, Heavenly Lord Yunji thought that Luo Tian's radiance would overshadow him, the sect master. In the end, he might not even be able to keep his position as the sect master. He definitely wouldn't let this happen. Absolutely not. At this moment, in his heart, the determination to kill Luo Tian was stronger than ever. He definitely couldn't let anyone endanger his position. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. A 6th-level mystic sovereign was indeed strong. However, if even Heavenly Lord Yunji couldn't kill him, then the Supreme Elder could forget about it. His eyes moved as he coldly stared at Heavenly Lord Yunji. "I displayed 3 types of divine bloodlines to give you a chance. It seems like you really only think about yourself and have never thought about the future of the Huashan immortal sect. You really aren't suitable to be the sect master of the Huashan immortal sect." "Humph. Whether I'm suitable or not isn't up to a trash like you to judge. So what if I fused 3 types of divine bloodlines? Your cultivation is right there. Even if you fuse the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts, you still won't be my opponent." Heavenly Lord Yunji's expression was filled with arrogance. As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly moved to the side. The power of a 6th-level mystic sovereign instantly exploded. The dark green aura instantly magnified. The surrounding space distorted as lightning flashed. Heavenly Lord Yunji instantly landed on top of Luo Tian's head. His palms carried an incomparably huge pressure and incomparably huge palm prints as they ruthlessly pressed down on Luo Tian. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of air exploding rang out. Black cracks continuously appeared around Heavenly Lord Yunji. The space was about to explode. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and without the slightest bit of fear, he said in a deep voice, "Level 8 Berserk!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. More than 200 times the elemental power was released. At this moment, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise bloodline powers were unleashed to their limits. Facing the power that descended from the sky, they moved with all their might. Luo Tian's fists met the attack head-on. "Explode for me. Magma, raging fire. Great flame world. Rumble! Flames soared into the sky, directly forming a huge fireball, directly enveloping Heavenly Lord Yunji. Humph! How can this kind of low-level cultivation technique hurt me? Heavenly Lord Yunji snorted coldly, and with a light hook, the dark green venom on his palms rolled out and directly blasted down. The pressure was like a mountain. The power of the great flame world was directly suppressed, and it was just as Heavenly Lord Yunji had said. The level of this cultivation technique was too low. Even if Luo Tian had cultivated to level 9, he would still not be able to hurt him in the slightest. It was extremely difficult to kill a profound emperor who was one level higher. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Yunji was an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. His cultivation was 5 levels higher than Luo Tian's, and the difference in strength was too great. However, Luo Tian never believed in these things. Clenching his teeth, Luo Tian did not hesitate and laughed in a deep voice. "I'll let you see what an emperor technique is." What was an emperor technique? Strange fire. Xiao Yan was a Do Di, and the strongest cultivation technique he cultivated was naturally an emperor technique. There were also emperor techniques in the profound sky continent, and they were created by the profound emperor. This kind of cultivation technique was above any other cultivation technique in the profound sky continent. At this moment, Luo Tian sneered, "Strange fire, first level, green lotus core fire." Ding! Target locked. He came back very late today, and the update was a little late. There would be 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 592. Target locked. Attack to stop attack. This was the only method that Luo Tian could think of right now. He was not sure if he could still block Emperor Yunji's attack. Emperor Yunji's power made him feel a great sense of danger. He did not expect the gap between the profound Emperor realm to be so huge. He also did not expect Emperor Yunji's power to be so strong. He had been careless. However, he did not have the slightest bit of fear. Facing the powerful Huashan Immortal Sect Master, the calmness, arrogance he displayed did not decrease in the slightest. Facing Emperor Yunji, Luo Tian directly released the green lotus core fire. The power of the deviant fire was extremely strong. A flame rushed out. There were so many flames in the great flame world. And the most important thing was to make Emperor Yunji relax and let him think that this kind of flame could not hurt him at all. It worked now. Emperor Yunji sneered and said disdainfully, "This kind of flame can also be called an emperor technique? Luo Tian, you really scared me to death. You country bumpkin. Do you know what an emperor technique is? Do you know how many emperor techniques there are in the profound sky continent? There are no more than 10 emperor techniques, and you actually want to talk to me about emperor techniques. What a joke!" While they were talking, Emperor Yunji waved his sleeve, and a wave of power directly shook. He wanted to shatter the green lotus core fire. However, what he did not expect was that the flame was not affected by his attack at all. It did not change direction, nor was it shattered. Its speed was still the same, and it was completely unrestrained by any power. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The deviant fire fell heavily. Emperor Yunji's face darkened. He sensed that the green lotus core fire was different. He retracted his palms and fiercely attacked the deviant fire. His eyes turned sinister as he shouted coldly, "I want to see what your so-called emperor technique is." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up in that instant. Luo Tian continued to suppress the power of the 3 bloodlines. His body expanded, and the power continued to wreak havoc in his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. Luo Tian endured this kind of havoc, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes staring at Emperor Yunji. "Just a bit more, just a bit more!" The attack of the green lotus core fire's attack. This kind of damage to the Emperor Yunji was unable to cause any major damage. However, he would be shocked. He would be stunned at that moment. This moment was not even half a breath of time. It was very short. However, Luo Tian wanted this half a breath of time. He was very clear that this strange flame could not kill Emperor Yunji. Naturally, Heavenly Venerable Yunji would not have thought that Luo Tian's great flame world and green lotus core fire were feints. All of his attacks had been waiting. Rumble! Emperor Yunji's palms struck out. The flames did not explode. A bright red, -1,000,000 damage value floated out from Emperor Cloud Fate's head. At the same time, a long string of zeros appeared on top of Emperor Cloud Fate's head. His HP had reached 60 million, so 1,000,000 damage was nothing to him. However, he was shocked. This was the most crucial point. How could this be? I clearly blocked the flames. How could it hurt me? Impossible. Indeed, who was he? The Huashan Immortal Sect Master, a 6th-stage profound emperor expert. How could Luo Tian's attack hurt him? It was absolutely impossible. Emperor Yunji was very proud and looked down on everyone. He looked down on Luo Tian even more. Luo Tian's attack could not hurt him, but now that he was hurt, his heart was shocked. At the same time, Luo Tian's suppressed power all burst out. The timing was very precise. He knew that Emperor Yunji would be shocked. Shadow shift. Explode. The crimson fists carried the power of the azure dragon, soaring dragon, the power of the vermilion bird ascending to the heavens, and the power of the black tortoise suppressing suppression. Like thunder, the fists accurately smashed into Emperor Yunji's chest. Time was too fast. Emperor Yunji's brain was still thinking about being burned by the strange flame, so he did not react immediately. Seeing Luo Tian's attack, he frowned slightly and coldly shouted, "You want to hurt me with just your strength?" Before his voice faded, Luo Tian's fists had already struck out. Bam! 180,988. A damage of less than 200,000. This kind of damage was negligible to Emperor Yunji. However, after Luo Tian's punch succeeded, he did not stop. He immediately released the Azura domain, and in this area his strength and attack speed increased. His fists were like a storm as they struck out quickly. Bam! 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 The speed was so fast that the shadow of the fist could not be seen. One could only hear a series of air-breaking sounds exploding in their ears. The faces of all the disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect sank. In a short 3 seconds, Luo Tian threw out over 100 punches, directly reducing Emperor Yunji's HP by 1/5. Emperor Yunji immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, even if a 6th-stage profound emperor expert was heavily injured, he could still react in a very short period of time. Facing Luo Tian's fierce attack, Emperor Yunji calmed down and did not escape. Both of his palms also struck out. Boom! 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 The dark green venom on his body instantly wrapped around Luo Tian. A series of explosions. Luo Tian's face instantly changed. However, he did not have the intention to stop. Instead, he relaxed. Explosions! I have never been afraid of anyone. No matter how one compared, Luo Tian was not as good as Emperor Yunji. However, he had a heart that was not afraid of death. This point was enough. Emperor Yunji was afraid of death, extremely afraid of death. He had lived for thousands of years. What he feared the most was death. After exchanging blows with Luo Tian, he completely had the upper hand. However, he was afraid. In less than a minute, he could clearly feel that Luo Tian was about to die. However, he escaped. At this crucial moment, he actually escaped. Ha ha ha, F***CK, you want to escape? Go to hell for me. Luo Tian was excited. His entire body was covered in blood. He grinned and revealed his teeth as he laughed wildly. His entire person became extremely crazy as he charged forward recklessly. Looking at the HP bar above Emperor Yenji's head, his heart secretly tightened. He secretly said, "Still lacking a little bit of damage. Block him for me. Quickly block him for me. Junior brother Tianyuan, block him for me." Scared. Emperor Yenji was scared to death. He did not understand Luo Tian at all. He did not expect Luo Tian to be so reckless when exchanging blows with him. From the beginning, he should not have exchanged blows with Luo Tian. If he did not exchange blows with Luo Tian, he could easily kill Luo Tian. However, it was too late to say anything now. Luo Tian's internal system constantly sent out alarms. His HP was constantly decreasing. The venom attack made him unable to withstand it. However, seeing the boss's HP reaching the bottom, how could he not kill it? He must kill it. Chapter 593. He had to die. The sect leader of the Huashan Immortal Sect would definitely drop a lot of things, right? This was the only thought in Luo Tian's mind. As for the system's alarm, Luo Tian did not care about it at all. As long as he killed Yunji, nothing would be a problem. The Tianyuan holy man did not dare to charge forward. The heavenly spirit, holy man, was the same. None of the 7 inner sect elders dared to charge forward. They were the same as Yunji, afraid of death. Like sect leader, naturally like elders. Even the sect leader was afraid, what more the elders? Furthermore, Luo Tian's ferocious strength made them all fearful. No one stepped forward to block Luo Tian. Instead, like Emperor Yunji, they continuously retreated. Yunji was furious and roared, "All of you attack! Whoever kills Luo Tian, I will make him the Grand Elder and take charge of the entire martial hall. I will also reward him with 100 inner cores." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian waved his right hand and directly took out a large pile of inner cores. He said loudly, "Whoever stops him for me, I'll give him 1,000 inner cores. Emperor Yenji, you pauper, want to compete in inner cores with me? Don't forget, your inner cores were all given by me. All disciples of the Huashan Immortal Sect, listen up. All heaven can refine inner cores. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that your cultivation base will break through quickly. I will give you an endless supply of inner cores. I will make the Huashan Immortal Sect the strongest of the top 10 immortal sects in history. The Imperial Immortal Sect is nothing. The Xinghai Immortal Sect is a pile of shit. I will trample them all under my feet." Inner cores. A huge pile of inner cores. Everyone's eyes shone with greed. Not only the inner sect disciples, but also the inner sect elders. Their eyes were all filled with greed. However, greed was greed. None of them dared to rashly block Empyrean Cloud Fate, because they were afraid. If Luo Tian died and Emperor Yenji survived, then their time of death would come. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you think anyone will help you? Don't forget that I am the sect leader of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Who dares to block my path? Unless he wants to die. Luo Tian, you have been hit by my poison Buddha palm. The venom in your body is crazily devouring the power in your body. You must be feeling very uncomfortable. The worst is yet to come. Ha ha ha, you will die soon. Luo Tian is about to die. I promise everyone that all of his Naiden will be given to you. If you want the Naiden, come with me and kill him. Celestial Master Yunji's hair was messy and his face was extremely pale. His voice was trembling. Luo Tian was poisoned by his poisonous Buddha palm. He had also been severely injured by Luo Tian's attack. His body was in intense pain, and his life force was slipping away bit by bit. None of them felt good. He did not expect that a battle would turn out like this. Empyrean Cloud Fate was filled with hatred in his heart. Next time, he would never clash with anyone again. Of course, if he could hold on for a few more seconds, Luo Tian would definitely die. Many disciples and elders turned their gazes towards Luo Tian. They did not dare to make a move against Empyrean Cloud Fate, but it was different for Luo Tian. Everyone knew that Empyrean Cloud Fate's reward from the Great Clan Elder was very difficult to fulfill. Huashan Immortal School had been robbed clean by the 10 great immortal sects, let alone 100 Naiden. They couldn't even take out one Naiden. Therefore, it was very unrealistic and no one would believe it. However, it was a fact that Luo Tian had a large pile of Naiden in his hands. As long as they killed Luo Tian, they would naturally be able to get some of these Naiden. The surrounding people were ready to make a move. Seeing that, Luo Tian's heart sank and he said, "Crap!" His gaze darkened, looking at the complacent Empyrean Cloud Fate. Luo Tian suddenly moved, directly throwing all the Naiden in his hands towards Empyrean Cloud Fate, and roared, "Go and snatch them all!" Naiden was like rain. All of them flew towards Empyrean Cloud Fate. When everyone saw this, they immediately used their fastest speed to rush forward. "Snatch it! If you don't snatch it, there won't be any left. The Naiden is mine, it's all mine, it's all mine." Crazy! Naiden was a cultivation treasure to the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Everyone wanted to increase their cultivation. Seeing the Naiden flying all over the sky, they instantly became crazy. They didn't care who was Luo Tian and who was the sect master of the Huashan Immortal Sect, Empyrean Cloud Fate. This was the Raten of the Huashan Immortal Sect. How could such an immortal sect survive? Empyrean Cloud Fate's face changed. He wanted to jump out, but it was already too late. The disciples and elders that kept flying down surrounded him. He couldn't move at all, and his speed immediately slowed down. Luo Tian laughed. Both fists moved. Heavenly Soul Palm. Empyrean Cloud Fate, I want to see where you can run to. A huge jet-black palm struck towards Empyrean Cloud Fate. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Empyrean Cloud Fate's face turned sinister, and he also instantly unleashed the remaining strength in his body. "Luo Tian, I want to see who'll die first." Burning the boats. There was no other way. Empyrean Cloud Fate's action made Luo Tian stunned. No matter what, he couldn't be attacked by this palm, or else he would die directly. His health point was already not much, and if he received another attack at this time, he would definitely die. His eyes turned sinister. Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Bedevilment!" Boom! His body quickly changed, and his body quickly turned into Devil Emperor Xing Tian's body. A body that didn't receive any damage at all. However, the system was still crazily prompting. "Health point decreased, please replenish." Warning. Health point decreased, please replenish. Empyrean Cloud Fate was shocked again. People from the Devil Sect? Luo Tian directly summoned the Splitting Heaven Divine Axe and directly slashed down from the sky, shouting, "Die for me!" Empyrean Cloud Fate was scared silly and exclaimed, "Master, save me!" Boom! A loud sound came from the sky above the Huashan Immortal Sect, and an afterimage shot out from the back of the Huashan Hall, bringing with it an incomparably arrogant power. With a light flick of his finger, a powerful force turned into a beam of light that directly knocked the Splitting Heaven Divine Axe out of Luo Tian's hand. With a flick of his sleeve, he fiercely shouted, "Stop!" Boom! Everyone in the Huashan Immortal Sect was suppressed. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but that their minds, sea of consciousness, and even their bodies were all restricted by the pressure. They couldn't move at all. The ground was filled with inner cores. Luo Tian's face secretly changed. "2 balls!" "Boss, I've long been ready." Luo Tian didn't let 2 balls out, but ordered, "Without my orders, don't come out." 2 balls was his strongest trump card. He couldn't use it easily. Once he used it this time, the entire profound sky continent would know that he had a divine dragon. He wasn't afraid, but it would attract countless troubles. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Luo Tian would definitely not use it. However, at the moment of life and death, Luo Tian couldn't care less. "You're ready." "Understood." 2 balls was instantly excited and smacked his lips. Kill these two people. There must be something good to eat, hee hee. Chapter 594. Since there was Dan here, Luo Tian did not need to be afraid. He did not want to expose Dan too early. But now that it was a matter of life and death, Luo Tian could not care less. Dan laughed excitedly. Boss, I've long been prepared. Luo Tian laughed lightly. His gaze darkened as he stared at the Supreme Elder who was floating down from the sky like an immortal. White eyebrows and white hair. His body emitted an extremely strong power, a power that Luo Tian was extremely wary of. Emperor Yun Ji laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you want to kill me too? Now that my master is here, the one who will die is you. You dog, you dare to fight with me? You even want to destroy my Hua Shan Immortal School and declare yourself king? I think you're dreaming. Emperor Yun Ji said arrogantly. His originally fearful expression instantly disappeared. Since the Supreme Elder was here, he didn't need to be afraid anymore. Moreover, in his eyes, Luo Tian was like a corpse. Looking at his devil Emperor Xing Tian's body, he once again said in disdain, I knew you were not a good person. You're actually from the devil sect. What is your motive for sneaking into my Hua Shan Immortal School? Look at Luo Tian. This bastard is from the devil sect. Tomorrow I will inform the 10 great immortal sects and push all the blame onto the devil sect. Then our Hua Shan Immortal School will have nothing to do with it. Ha ha ha. Everyone was startled. Luo Tian's body had too many things that exceeded their expectations. The explosion of 3 divine rank bloodline. A first-stage profound emperor was actually able to beat a 6th-stage profound emperor, Emperor Yunji, to the point where he had to flee everywhere. And now, he had transformed into the devil Emperor Xing Tian. All of these caused them to be incomparably shocked. It was also at this time Elder Tian Yuan suddenly stood up and roared. Defeat the devil sect, defeat Luo Tian, no wonder he would destroy the heavenly realm. He is here to harm our Hua Shan Immortal School, to harm our immortal school. Today, we must not let him leave alive. Devil sect, all enemies of the celestial sect. Naturally, they were also the enemy of all immortal sect disciples. From the day they entered the immortal sect, they had been instilled with all sorts of thoughts of enmity towards the demon sect. The demon sect was cruel and ruthless. They were unscrupulous and unscrupulous. They were the immortal sect's strongest enemy. Everyone had the right to punish him. Now that they saw Luo Tian transform into a demon, it immediately attracted countless curses. Kill him! Kill him! We can't let him live. We can't let anyone from the devil sect go. A spy from the devil sect. Everyone, let's kill him together. The crowd clamored. Even the outer sect disciples behind Luo Tian became hesitant and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Follow the devil sect? This crime was too big, and they couldn't bear it. Thinking of this problem, the outer sect disciples kept retreating, no longer daring to follow behind Luo Tian. Their faces were also slightly pale, and when they thought of their actions just now, their hearts were filled with shock. The leading disciple also suddenly shouted, Defeat the devil sect, kill Luo Tian, kill Luo Tian. The other 100 disciples looked at each other and also shouted loudly, Kill Luo Tian, kill Luo Tian, to show their loyalty. Their voices shook the heavens, and the entire Hua Shan Immortal School let out a wild roar. On the way to the law enforcement hall, Han Hua's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, Crap! At the same time, she suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yunling, her voice moving as she shouted, Junior sister, prepare to make your move. Luo Tian is in danger right now. No matter what happens, even if we die, we will die together with him. He gave us hope. Now that he is in danger, we cannot help him with our cultivation. But since we are going to die, then we will die together. Yunling nodded lightly. Yun-Yi and her sister's hearts were connected, so she naturally knew what Han Hua was thinking. Then, Zhao Qin looked at Han Hua's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, as he thought to himself, I've long done this. In that instant, just as the people escorting them were in a daze, Han Hua suddenly moved. Yunling and Yun Yi also instantly exploded. Zhao Chen immediately released the array formation, directly binding the 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall. After more than a month of cultivation, Han Hua and the others were already stronger than ordinary inner sect disciples. Furthermore, the disciples of the law enforcement hall did not expect them to dare resist, so the 4 of them were killed in a few moves. Han Hua looked in the direction of the inner sect martial arts arena, glanced at them and said, "Let's go!" Then, for streaks of light quietly approached. In the air, the experts of the 10 great immortal sects were slightly shocked, and all of them revealed expressions of disbelief. Devil Sect War God Xing Tian. Could it be that this brat is the reincarnation of Xing Tian? If he is really the reincarnation of Xing Tian, then he cannot be allowed to continue living. If Devil Emperor Xing Tian's cultivation reaches its peak, even the Mystic the Arch would not be a match for him. He is a super expert who can break through the void and enter a higher plane. That's right. However, from the looks of it, we don't need to do anything. Although this brat is the reincarnation of Xing Tian, he is already at the end of his road. The Supreme Elder of Mount Hua Immortal Sect, Taoist Heavenly Void, can easily kill him with a single move. The Devil Sect is really worrying. The experts of the 10 great immortal sects were staying at the Mount Hua Immortal Sect. The experts of the Devil Sect were also paying attention. Looks like Wu Xiao was right. He is indeed the reincarnation of Devil Emperor Xing Tian. Sect Master, should we send reinforcements? It's too late. Some time ago, the second elder was killed by Morong Wanjian. If we can save Xing Tian Great Emperor with his 3 bloodline powers, our Devil Sect will definitely be able to flatten all the immortal sects in less than 100 years. That's right, Sect Master, let's not talk about it anymore. If we make a move, the 10 great immortal sects will definitely make a move as well. At that time, if we can't save him, we will also lose us. It's not easy for the Devil Sect to secretly develop to this point. We can't lose it just like that. Everyone fell silent. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and the people of the Devil Sect were no exception. If they saved Luo Tian, the position of the current sect master of the Devil Sect would definitely be affected. Furthermore, if they moved recklessly at this time, it was very likely that they would be killed by the people from the 10 great immortal sections. Don't move. Luo Tian had never thought of anyone coming to save him. He didn't need it either. Looking at the descending Taoist Master Tian Su, he laughed coldly and said, "I've finally seen a living person." While they were talking, Luo Tian was still in the realm step by step. He thought to himself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. There was also a distance limit to the release of cultivation techniques. Taoist Tianxu sneered and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 2 options. The first option is to refine 10,000 dawn within a year, and I'll make sure you don't die. Furthermore, you'll be able to become an elder of the Mount Hua Immortal School. With your talent and bloodline, I believe you'll be able to reach a terrifying level very quickly. The second choice is to die." Luo Tian walked to a spot and suddenly stopped, saying, "I choose the third path." Chapter 595. I choose the third path. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding. Target locked. At this time, Luo Tian checked the amount of HP in the HP bar, which was his own HP, secretly calculated the time, and then laughed. "Very high elder, may I ask if there is a third path? I like to take the third path the most." Yun Ji's heart sank. If Luo Tian chose the first path, then his position would be in danger. He was secretly nervous, but in front of Taoist Heavenly Oasis, he did not dare to speak carelessly. However, when he heard Luo Tian say that he had chosen 3 paths, he immediately jumped out and pointed at Luo Tian's nose and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Luo Tian, I think you have shit in your head. Didn't you hear the very high elders say that there are only two paths? You chose the third path. Are you playing with the very high elder? I think you're just messing with the very high elder. Following that, Celestial Venerable Yunji looked at Taoist Tian Su respectfully and said, Master, this brat is just messing with you. He is from the devil's sect. If it were not for him, the Huashan immortal sect would not have become like this. He was really afraid that Taoist Master Tian Su would protect Luo Tian. If Luo Tian did not die, then he would be in trouble. Taoist Master Tian Su only frowned slightly and said, Luo Tian, I gave you a chance, you should consider it carefully. With your current cultivation, I can kill you in an instant. Don't push your luck, don't be shameless. Heavenly Sovereign Yunji immediately agreed and said, You dog, did you hear that? Don't be shameless. My master thinks highly of you. You should be more tactful. While they were talking, Heavenly Sovereign Yunji's expression was extremely arrogant, with a strong sense of lecturing tone. The surrounding disciples and elders of the Huashan Immortal School did not dare to speak. It instantly quieted down. At this time, they did not dare to speak carelessly. If Luo Tian continued to stay in the Huashan Immortal School, then their future days would be miserable. The expressions of those outer court disciples changed abruptly. Any choice made by Luo Tian would determine their fate. Luo Tian laughed playfully. He no longer had any lingering feelings for the people of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Today I will destroy you. When the time comes, I will call Feng Lei, Xianyuan Yi Blind Lu, and the rest over. I will create a Huashan Immortal Sect that truly belongs to me. As for these people, at this moment, murderous intent surged. The fourth middle bloodline just so happened to have 2,000 invincible bloodline points left. It should be enough to kill all these people. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He took another step forward and grinned. Do you want to know what the third option is? You are the ones who will die. How dare you? You're courting death. Luo Tian, how dare you? At this moment, the inner court disciples who had been suppressed began to roar again. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The expressions of the outer court disciples relaxed. They were also worried that Luo Tian would survive. If that was the case, they would definitely die. Empyrean Cloud Fate was incomparably happy. Idiot, you are truly an idiot. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, if the highest elder had protected you, then I wouldn't have been able to touch you. But you idiot, you actually chose the third path. Ha ha ha, now it'll be hard for you to not die, ha ha ha. He laughed out loud in his heart, but his expression was one of indignation. Master, he humiliated you again and again. You can't let him go. Let your sister go. Suddenly, Luo Tian's figure moved, and the power in his body suddenly erupted. Taoist Master Tian Su's eyes turned sinister, and an unknown anger rose in his heart. He kept Luo Tian alive because he wanted to obtain more Nadins. He was already at the peak of the profound Emperor realm, and was only a step away from stepping into the profound God realm. This required an extremely large amount of Nadins. Luo Tian was able to refine Naiden, so he hoped that Luo Tian would survive and become his slave. If Luo Tian chose the first path, even if he survived, he would only become a tool for the Huashan Immortal School. He would definitely not have a good life. However, Taoist Master Tian Su did not expect Luo Tian to choose the third path, which made him extremely unhappy. Seeing Luo Tian suddenly move, he became angry and said in a deep voice, You dog, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am. You dare to move in front of me. You're courting death. Boss, it's dangerous. Dan cried out in alarm. Luo Tian's gaze was fixed on Taoist Master Tian Su, but his target was Heavenly Lord Yunji. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Yunji did not know that Luo Tian's target was him, but instead laughed out loud happily, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you damn trash, go and die. No matter how powerful you are, you're not my master's match, ha ha. Ha ha, Luo Tian also laughed coldly. Then, the idea moved and shouted in a deep voice, "Strange fire, second stage! Purifying demonic lotus fire. Come out." Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! The purifying demonic lotus fire was the reward that Luo Tian had obtained from the heavenly palace god race. He was one of the strange fires and was extremely powerful. In the system, its damage value had reached 5 million. In other words, any expert within 5 million would be instantly killed. After a period of digestion, Heavenly Lord Yunji's health had already dropped below 5 million. Luo Tian could not wait any longer. He did not have time. Although he had transformed into a demon emperor, his human body was already on the verge of death. His health was already less than 100 points. At this time, no healing skill could save him. He could only level up. Not long ago, Luo Tian had consumed the experience pill that had been completely filled. In addition to the experience he gained from killing Tai Long in the Heavenly Palace God race, he was just a little bit away from leveling up again. At this time, leveling up was his only chance. Heavenly Lord Yunji's brows twitched. His body trembled slightly. Looking at the flame that was even more intense than before, his heart was overwhelmed with shock, and he reminded, "Master, this flame is a bit strange. Don't take it head on." However, he did not know that the target of the flame was him. Taoist Master Tian Su was not afraid at all. With a move of his finger, he condensed the profound Emperor's battle chi onto his finger and shot it towards Luo Tian. Rumble! At this moment, the purifying demonic lotus fire bypassed Taoist Master Tian Su and rushed towards Heavenly Lord Yunji. Heavenly Lord Yunji was so scared that he peed his pants and cried out in alarm, "Master, save me! Quickly save me!" He really peed his pants. The crotch of his pants was wet, and there was even water flowing down from his crotch. The stench was overwhelming. Taoist Master Tian Su's eyes were wide open, and his speed was incomparably fast. The anger in his heart had already risen to 100,000 feet, and he roared, "Luo Tian, you dare!" He did not save Heavenly Lord Yunji. Instead, he went to kill Luo Tian. This was the best way to save him. Luo Tian stood in place, not moving at all. He stared at Heavenly Lord Yunji and sneered complacently. Arrogant continued to be arrogant. "There is no other choice in front of me, only death. F***CK. While they were talking, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, looked at Taoist Master Tian Su, who had descended in an instant, and sneered again. "Old man, I have tolerated you for a long time. 2 balls, kill him." Chapter 596. Endure. He couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't release 2 balls now, Luo Tian would really be killed by Sage Tian Su. Roar! A dragon's roar exploded in the sky. 2 balls' body soared into the sky, his entire body shining with a golden light. His body was much stronger than when he was in the Heavenly Palace divine race. Of course, these were all exchanged for with countless treasures. Luo Tian's heart ached, causing him to become a poor man. 2 balls was eating happily, and this time it was time for him to explode. The sky exploded, the clouds churned, and the entire Huashan immortal sect was crushed by an incomparably powerful dragon's might, including Sage Tian Su, not to mention Emperor Yunji, who was so scared that he peed his pants. At this moment, Emperor Yunji was struck by the purifying demonic lotus fire. Rumble! Almost at the same time, his body exploded. 2 balls rushed down with an incomparably arrogant dragon's might. The heavenly dragon divine pillar on his claws swept across fiercely and said fiercely, "You dare to bully my boss, you're courting death!" He smashed down with his rod. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Emperor Yunji for obtaining 20 million experience points, 20 million immortal chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining poisonous Buddha palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 130 inner cores. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Wandering Godsword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Golden Cloud Armor. A series of notifications rang out. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 2. I leveled up. Luo Tian didn't care about what Emperor Yun Ji dropped. What he was most worried about was whether he could level up or not. If he couldn't level up, then even if he dropped the Master God weapon, he wouldn't be able to use it. Fortunately, he leveled up. The consumed profound chi was instantly recovered. The consumed health point was instantly recovered. All the pain in his body was completely healed. At this moment, Luo Tian seemed to have been resurrected on the spot. He clenched his fists and roared to the sky, "Damn it, kill me again!" It was a close call. A few seconds later, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to hold on. The poison Buddha Palm's poison was truly deadly. The poison attack never stopped. Luo Tian's heart was filled with anger. Now that it had leveled up, the anger in his heart was instantly vented. Heavenly Venerable Cloud Fate was directly blown to death. Awesome! Luo Tian roared again and looked at Dan in shock. Dragon. True dragon, a real dragon. The kind of divine dragon that belongs to the ancestors of the dragon race. Moreover, it's an 8-clawed golden dragon, a creature that exists in teleportation. Heavens, he actually appeared. How could this be? All the benefits were taken by Luo Tian alone. How could this be? What did I see? Mamma mia! Shocking. Other than shock, there was no other word to describe it. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw Dan, who was churning in the sky, rushing towards Sage Heavenly Oasis. Everyone's face turned pale like Baichi. Dan's dragon aura was simply too strong. In the Heavenly Palace, the god race was already extremely ferocious. Now that he had leveled up by 4 levels, his aura was even more ferocious. Moreover, the strength that erupted from his body had also increased by quite a bit. Sage Heavenly Oasis's face changed. His sea of consciousness was being crushed by the dragon aura. His expression turned sinister. He looked up heavily and moved his palms with all his might. Secret technique. Sky-shattering divine palm. One of the 3 secret techniques left behind by the Huashan Patriarch. Elder Heavenly Oasis actually succeeded in cultivating it. Rumor has it that this is the strongest secret technique that the Huashan Patriarch found in the desolate world. It can even split the sky. This 8-clawed golden dragon is obviously a newborn one. Its strength isn't as strong as an adult dragon god. Can it withstand it? Everyone was paying attention. The experts from the 10 major immortal sects were watching. They didn't dare to blink, afraid that they would miss something. It was the same for the experts from the devil sections. Murong Wanjian was also watching. Li Shuer was also watching. Brother Luo Tian and Chun Chun from the Lucky Girl was watching. Brother Luo Tian is so strong. Is that a ghost dragon? He has the aura of a ghost dragon. Perhaps the ghost dragon is also from the divine dragon race. Ghost dragon, Chun Chun misses you so much. Xin, from the Lucky Girl was watching. You have become stronger again. I am really happy for you. In the Tianxin continent, some people with special abilities were also watching. They all had the same expression. Shock. Like them, Luo Tian was also watching. He didn't know how strong Dan was. He only knew that Dan had killed the consciousness of an undead emperor. Was he a match for Sage Heavenly Oasis, who was at the peak of the mystic emperor realm? He really didn't know. However, he believed in Dan. Heavenly Dragon Divine Staff. Break for me. Dan bellowed. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Staff let out a Heavenly Dragon roar that suppressed everything. The power of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Staff was completely unleashed as it smashed towards Sage Heavenly Oasis. Sage Heavenly Oasis Sky Shattering Divine Palm was also unleashed at this moment. The two forces collided. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky above the Huashan immortal sect was blasted open as a huge void black hole appeared. The space exploded. In the void, an incomparably huge force descended from the black hole. The disciples of the Huashan immortal sect were either dead or injured. It was also at this moment. The black hole slowly healed. Every plane had its own spatial laws. Unless an expert from a higher plane appeared, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to break the shackles of the spatial laws. Just like before, the spatial cracks would also heal in a very short time, just like how the enchantment healed itself. Erdan's body shook slightly as he became even angrier. The scales on his body flashed with an even more dazzling light. He roared, "I am angry. The consequences will be severe." The power of the sky-shattering divine palm was indeed very strong. Erdan had been hit. From his expression, it wasn't hard for Luo Tian to see that he had suffered some injuries from the previous attack. However, Sage, Heavenly Oasis, was sent flying for 10,000 meters. His face was as pale as paper as he continuously spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was even more ferocious. Looking at Erdan, who had the power of a dragon, Sage Heavenly Oasis gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, "Bastard, I will show you what an emperor technique is!" Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart tightened as a bad premonition surged in his heart. He shouted, "Erdan, be careful!" At this moment, it was too late. Who was Sage Heavenly Oasis? He was an old monster who had lived for more than 6,000 years. It was impossible that he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Facing a real dragon, he didn't escape even though he was severely injured. It was obvious that he had a trick up his sleeve, and it was an extremely powerful one. Hearing his words, Luo Tian knew that he was in danger. Emperor technique! Could it be that it was created by the #1 sect leader of Mount Hua before he ascended? It was also the great heaven sealing technique that sealed those demons from the devil sect 10,000 years ago. That dragon is in danger. Thank you, brothers, for your support. This week's recommendation votes have surpassed all of history. Thank you, brothers. Every day when I see your votes, I feel inexplicably touched. Thank you, brothers. Chapter 597. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a human. Sage Tinshu saw stars after being hit by 2 balls. If another hit came, he would definitely not be able to take it. Descendant of the dragon god, and the descendant of the 8-clawed golden dragon. His dragon aura was too terrifying. Even if Sage Tinshu was at the peak of the profound god realm, he would not be able to withstand it. Without the profound god realm, it was impossible to be 2 balls' opponent. Even the will of an ancient, undead emperor had been shattered by 2 balls. Even Taoist, Heavenly Oasis was no match for him. However, Sage Tinshu had lived for more than 6,000 years. He had experienced too many things. Even if he was suppressed, he was still calm and did not panic at all. This was something that Yun Ji could not compare to. His eyes moved. Sage Tinshu gritted his teeth. Seeing 2 balls rushing up in anger, a strange power surged out from his body. Luo Tian's heart sank. He immediately shouted, "2 balls, be careful!" It was too late. Moreover, 2 balls had always been in Luo Tian's body. From the moment Sage Tinshu appeared, he knew that he was constantly bullying Luo Tian, using Luo Tian as a tool to refine medicine, threatening Luo Tian. 2 balls had long remembered all these. At that time, he secretly swore that if he had the chance, he would definitely teach Sage Tinshu a lesson. Now the chance had come. Even if he felt a trace of danger approaching, he did not hesitate to rush forward and shouted, "Little Tinshu, I have tolerated you for a long time. Who told you to bully my boss? There is only one outcome for bullying my boss: death." As the word death fell The heavenly dragon divine staff transformed into a sky full of staff shadows. Combined with the powerful dragon aura, two balls released all the aura in his body and smashed down with his strongest strength. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The sky lost its color and the earth moved. The entire Tianxian continent darkened. All the light was covered by two-ball staff. Too strong, so strong that words could not describe it. All the experts below profound God were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even breathe properly. It was very uncomfortable. They were separated by thousands of miles, but they were looking from the sky. It was precisely because they saw Dan that they felt this incomparable pressure. It was unbearable. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. 3 types of divine bloodlines gathered in one body. Now he even has a descendant of the dragon god as a subordinate. Just what is the background of this Luo Tian? Even if he is the reincarnation of the demon Emperor Xing Tian, it is impossible for him to be so powerful. He really didn't know what those outer sect envoys were doing when they recruited disciples. Did such a genius eat *T before he even entered the sect? Are you blind? I think those people outside should all be replaced. If such a person can become a disciple of my sect, wouldn't he become the leader of the 10 great immortal sects? Luo Tian. Regardless of whether he survives today, his name is destined to be recorded in the annals of history, and his name will go down in the profound sky continent for all eternity. So what if he's strong? Taoist Heavenly Void has learned all of Hua Mountain's ancestors' emperor techniques, the grand heaven sealing art. With such a heaven-defying sealing ability, even an adult dragon would be instantly sealed, let alone this little dragon. With its power sealed, it would be hard for it to survive. Emperor technique, the most powerful technique in the Tianxian land. It was a cultivation technique created by the mystic Tharch and contained the mystic Thearka's power. Back then, the devil sect looked down on the world, and countless devil sect powerhouses were tyrannical. The immortal sect was firmly suppressed. Hua Mountain's ancestor used his blood essence as a guide and comprehended the grand heaven-sealing art. He fought against thousands of demons alone, and directly sealed hundreds of demons at the pinnacle of the immortal sect, imprisoning them in a soul-refining array. Even now, the seals on these demons could not be removed. The grand heaven-sealing art was extremely powerful. After Hua Mountain's ancestor ascended, everyone thought that this emperor technique would disappear with him. No one expected Taoist Heavenly Void to have cultivated it. This was something that shocked all the immortal sects. If this emperor technique appeared, none of the immortal sects would dare to provoke Hua Mountain immortal sect. The power of this emperor technique was too terrifying. Taoist Heavenly Void's mouth turned cold, and the strange power in his body grew stronger. His hands formed a seal, and he muttered. His body glowed with light, and the light grew stronger and stronger, forming a hexagram starlight array. Emperor technique. It's really an emperor technique. Taoist Heavenly Void actually succeeded in cultivating the emperor technique, left behind by Hua Mountain's ancestor. This time that dragon will definitely die. Luo Tian, that brat, won't live past today. In the void, the experts whispered to each other. The emperor technique was too powerful. Luo Tian was burning with anxiety. At this moment, he also rushed forward. His heart sank and he felt helpless. He realized that he was really useless at this moment. Power, cultivation, F***CK. When will I be able to truly protect the people around me? He screamed hysterically in his heart. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted again, Dan, it's dangerous. Don't go over. He could clearly feel the Emperor Technique's power from the hexagram starlight array on Taoist Heavenly Void's body. He had never seen such power before. Even Tai Long, who was in the profound God realm, could not compare to Taoist Heavenly Void's power. Dan did not retreat. The image of Luo Tian being bullied appeared in his mind, and he became even more furious. He swung his staff down heavily. Die. It was also at this moment. Taoist Heavenly Void's body floated up. His hands suddenly moved and formed a strange seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his face became even paler. However, his expression was extremely ferocious. His hands formed palms and slapped towards the void. His eyes locked onto Erdan as he roared, "Heaven's sealing great art, seal for me!" Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of ferocious buzzing sounds suddenly rang out from the ninth heaven. In the void, in all directions, even beyond the ninth heaven, an extremely powerful force surged down. The power flowed into the hexagram starlight array like a tide. Then, the hexagram starlight array suddenly exploded and turned into a beam of light that directly wrapped around Erdan, who was only a few meters away from Taoist Heavenly Void. Then, another series of buzzing sounds rang out. Roar, roar, roar. Erdan let out a series of painful dragon roars as he frantically moved under his body. The hexagram starlight array rushed into his body and sealed the power in his body at an incomparably fast speed. From the beginning to the end, it was completely sealed. Bam! The heavenly dragon, divine pillar, fell down. The light also exploded in an instant. The dragon's might on Erdan's body completely disappeared as his long dragon body fell from the sky. It was sealed. It was completely sealed. Taoist Heavenly Void panted as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! Bastard, go and die. Chapter 598. Emperor Technique. Too powerful. The only Emperor technique left behind by the ancestor of Mount Hua. The only technique that defeated the Devil sect in the profound sky continent. Its power was already indescribable. Two Balls was only at the 4th level. He could only be considered a dragon cub. The power he erupted with was extremely fierce, but he was still unable to escape the seal of the heaven-sealing great art. Furthermore, he did not dodge. With incomparable anger, he only thought of one thing in his heart: to take revenge for his boss. It was also because of this. He was instantly sealed by the sealing light of the hexagram. The power in his body was completely sealed. He couldn't even soar into the sky and ride on the clouds. His entire dragon body fell from the sky. The most frightening thing was, Taoist Master Tianshu instantly moved and rushed towards Two Balls. The killing intent on his body was extremely strong, and his eyes were filled with greed. He grinned and laughed proudly. "Bastard, die!" His voice shook the heavens. There was no fear in Two Balls' eyes, but extreme anger. He said angrily, "Old thief, if you have the guts, release the seal on my body. I will definitely beat the shit out of you." Ha ha ha! Beast, just lie down obediently for me. Enjoy the last few seconds of your life. Taoist Master Tianshu was extremely excited. Looking at Two Balls, he said excitedly, "Dragon God's blood essence. Good stuff. Definitely good stuff. Luo Tian, that trash, can fuse 3 bloodlines. I don't believe that I can't. Only when I fuse with the Dragon God's blood essence, who in the profound sky continent can stop me. The ancestor of the Imperial Immortal Sect? The Almighty of the Stars Sea Immortal Sect? All of you scrammed to the side. Ha ha. He was ecstatic in his heart. The Dragon God's blood essence was of a higher level than the true dragon's blood essence. Once fused, it would be an existence that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Two Balls was still a dragon cub and was already so powerful. The dragon's might could crush any expert below the profound god realm. If all the hidden power in his blood essence was unleashed, how terrifying would that power be? He didn't even dare to think about it. Taoist Master Tianshu walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the smile on his face became wider, as if he could already see himself crushing the 10 great immortal sections. This scene was the moment that he had dreamed of. Old thief, old man Tianshu, if you have the guts, Release the seal on Laozi's body, then fight with me. You despicable and shameless old thing. Dan struggled on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He was completely sealed. This feeling was unbearable. The power in his body kept attacking, but it was like he was trapped in a prison. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break out of the prison. This feeling was very unpleasant. Immortal Tianqiu laughed proudly. Little bastard, do you think it's possible? He stood in front of Dan. Looking at Erden, who was shining with golden light, spiritual master Tianqiu swallowed his saliva and said, God is treating me well. I was worried that I couldn't break through to the profound God realm. I didn't expect you to give me a descendant of the dragon god. As long as I swallow your essence blood, even if I don't merge with the dragon god's bloodline, the power in your essence blood will help me break through to the profound God realm. Ha ha ha! The dragon clan was hidden in the heavenly palace and the god clan. The most important reason was that their essence blood contained great power. Even if they couldn't fuse with their bloodlines, they could still help humans cultivate. This was the case for the dragon race, let alone the 8-clawed golden dragon Erdan. His essence blood contained even greater power, not only immortal heavenly void. In the void, those immortal sect experts all revealed greedy looks. It was just that they were thousands of miles away and couldn't arrive immediately. Otherwise, they would definitely fight for it. There were also devil sect experts. Everyone was looking at spiritual master Tianqiu, and at this moment, everyone ignored Luo Tian, including spiritual master Tianqiu himself. He looked at Dan, who was struggling on the ground, and smiled sinisterly. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a vortex of power appeared in his palm. He said sinisterly, Essence blood, absorb! Dan's body suddenly moved, and his entire body turned red. His body was being sucked by the power in spiritual master Tianqiu's palm. Dan's expression became even more furious as he roared, Old thief, I won't let you go. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Just you wait. At this moment, the space behind spiritual master Tianqiu suddenly became distorted. A human figure rushed out of the void. His entire body was red, and he released his strongest power. His fists were like meteorites as he shouted, Those who touch my brother die! His fists were like cannons. An incomparably fierce attack was launched. Rumble, rumble. The surrounding air suddenly changed and was instantly sucked dry. Spiritual master Tianqiu frowned slightly, but he didn't panic at all. He sneered in disdain and said, I almost forgot about you, dog. You're just a first-level mystic emperor. You actually broke through. His face was shocked. However, spiritual master Tianqiu still didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes. He still laughed in disdain and said, A mere second-level mystic emperor dares to be impudent in front of me. I broke through the second-level mystic emperor 3,000 years ago. Get lost. Bang! With a flick of his sleeve, a 9th-level mystic emperor battle chi rushed out. Under his sleeve, he directly led his palm to Luo Tian's fists. Boom! The impact of the power caused a series of explosions. Luo Tian was directly sent flying. Daoist Heavenly Void's blood was boiling in his chest, but he suppressed it with all his might. Even so, he staggered back a dozen steps before stopping. His heart sank. A second-level mystic sovereign can actually explode with a power stronger than a 4th-level mystic sovereign. No wonder Yanji was killed by him. This kid's talent is probably not even comparable to the old ancestor of Mount Hua. I can't let him live today. If he lives, he will definitely be a disaster. He was incomparably shocked by the power that Luo Tian had erupted with. And because of this, spiritual master Tianqiu wanted to kill Luo Tian even more. Then, spiritual master Tianqiu snorted coldly and said, The few of you watch over this beast for me. I'll first get rid of that trash Luo Tian. Remember, if anyone dares to touch this 8-clawed golden dragon, I'll make sure he can't even be a ghost." A cold voice sounded. Spiritual Master Tianxiu immediately moved in the air and flew towards Luo Tian. Whoosh! Luo Tian landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater. His face was as pale as paper. The power of a peak mystic emperor was too strong. Even if Luo Tian used all his strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. He wanted to raise his berserk level, but he had just leveled up and didn't have any extra experience. He could escape now and use the Great Perfection's instant movement to leave instantly. He was ruthless in his heart. Just as he was about to climb up from the deep crater, for people stood beside it. Han Hua, Yunling, Yunyi, and Zhao Qin. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock, and he shouted loudly, "You guys are crazy! Quickly leave! Quickly leave!" The four of them turned their heads at the same time, revealing a faint smile. At this time, Spiritual Master Tianxiu had already arrived. Luo Tian was going crazy. Chapter 599. Luo Tian was about to go crazy. Weren't they courting death by running out at this time? Indeed, Han Hua and the other three who stood in front of Luo Tian were prepared to die. Using the words of his previous life, this kind of brother could really take a bullet for you and die for you. Luo Tian was moved, but their cultivation wasn't even at the profound sage realm. If they stood out, they wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder. What was the point of standing out? Humph. Another four trash. Taoist Heavenly Void coldly snorted and glanced at Han Hua and the others with contempt. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. They weren't even ants. This kind of person could be easily killed with a single finger. Han Hua's eyes were like torches as he looked at Taoist Heavenly Void, who was walking forward step by step. He said, "Supreme Elder, you have seen Luo Tian's cultivation. In the profound sky continent, no one has ever fused two bloodlines. He has fused three bloodlines, and it's a divine bloodline that is comparable to Morong Wanjian's true dragon bloodline. This kind of super genius only needs a little time to trample the 10 great immortal sects under his feet. Huashan Immortal Sect will definitely return to its former peak." While speaking, Han Hua glanced at Yunling from the corner of his eyes. Yunling lightly nodded, understanding tacitly. At the same time, she used her mind to send a message to Luo Tian. "Captain, Elder Su Shan is dead. Before he died, he told us that he would tell you the location of the forbidden area of Huashan Immortal Sect on the day you returned. It's also the location of the ancient battlefield. It's at the foot of the mountain behind your residence, Digu Peak. Their purpose of coming here was to tell Luo Tian this. Su Shan didn't tell them that much. He only told them that if he died, they had to tell Luo Tian the moment he returned to Huashan Immortal Sect. Yunling and the others didn't know how the forbidden area of Huashan Immortal Sect would help Luo Tian. However, since they were entrusted with it, they had to complete it. Moreover, the moment they stood up, they had no intention of living. Their lives were given by Luo Tian. Now that Luo Tian was in trouble, no matter who he was facing, they would stand up without hesitation. Because Luo Tian gave them hope. Let them see the future. Let them ignite the fire in their hearts, a very burning fire. Upon hearing Yunling's words, Luo Tian's eyes widened and he clenched his fists. The primordial battlefield. I need to enter the primordial battlefield. I need to level up. I need to step into the profound God realm. I want to trample Taoist Heavenly Oasis to death. His heart skipped a beat. Luo Tian suddenly stood up and immediately said, "All of you get out of my way. I don't want you to save me. You bunch of hypocrites. Don't even think about getting any benefits from me. You want my secret technique to refine inner cores? I will never tell any of you. You're all in this together. Don't think that I can't tell. You guys stopped Old Thief Heavenly Oasis because you want to get the secret technique to refine inner cores from me. Ha ha ha. I think you guys are thinking too much. I, Luo Tian, will never tell any of you." Suddenly, Luo Tian's temperament changed drastically. He laughed loudly and landed on the other side. He stared at Taoist Heavenly Oasis with a cold smile and said, "Old thief Heavenly Oasis, your acting skills are really good. Do you think I'll fall for their trick? The four of them were arranged by you, right? You want to get the secret technique to refine inner cores for me? Don't even think about it." Humph. Luo Tian did not want Han Hua to die with him. He could only do this, and his acting was very realistic. His face was filled with anger. Yun Lingyan immediately started crying. She anxiously shook her head and shouted, "No, no, it's not like this. Captain, we're not like what you think. It's not." Her tears blurred her eyes. It made one's heart ache. It was extremely painful. Luo Tian looked at their tears and felt the same pain in his heart. However, his expression was filled with disdain as he sneered, "I've seen through you. Do you think that crying will make me believe you? Ha ha ha. What kind of woman have I, Luo Tian, not seen before? Do you think that by using my love for you, you can find out the secret of refining inner cores for me and then tell it to old thief Heavenly Oasis to obtain a reward? You guys are really too vicious. I have never seen such vicious women like you." Yunling and Yun did not see through it. So, his mother was crying very sadly. That kind of sadness could not be faked. Han Hua frowned and thought for a few seconds. She was clear about Luo Tian's character. She understood Luo Tian, so she understood Luo Tian's good intentions. Luo Tian was saving them. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes, she had an idea in her heart. She sighed and said, "I didn't expect to be seen through. Grand Elder, I still wanted to find out some secrets about Luo Tian's fusion of 3 bloodlines. I didn't expect him to see through it." "Senior sister, what are you talking about? Captain wouldn't be like this. Aren't we here to save him?" "Senior sister." "Captain, it's not what you think, it's not." The 2 innocent girls burst into tears. Luo Tian's heart was in so much pain, so much pain. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Seeing them like this, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, his nails sinking into his flesh, and dark red blood dripped down. "Old thief Tian Su, just you wait. I will return everything that happened today 100 times, 1,000 times." Han Hua sneered and said, "Yunling, junior sister Yun, I originally wanted to use your innocence to deceive Luo Tian, but I didn't expect you to be seen through by him, Scythen." Han Hua hugged his hands and looked at Taoist Master Tian Su respectfully, saying, "Grand Elder, now that Luo Tian is at the end of his rope, why do you need to personally take action? Just leave it to us. If we work together, we will definitely be able to catch him. The Law Enforcement Hall has 1,800 punishments. At that time, we won't be afraid that he won't tell us the method to fuse the 3 bloodlines. At that time, when you fuse with the Dragon God's bloodline, you will be able to look down on the world." Taoist Master Tian Su laughed. He had begun to suspect. However, he no longer doubted it. He had never thought about how to fuse the 3 bloodline, but after hearing Han Hua's words, he was tempted. For tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to fuse 3 bloodline, but Luo Tian was able to fuse 3 powerful bloodline. Was there some secret to this? He wanted to fuse with the Dragon God's bloodline in Dan's body. He really wanted it. Furthermore, what Han Hua said was very true. Luo Tian was already on the verge of death after receiving his attack. And even if he did not make a move, the people from Hua Shan Immortal School would still be able to catch Luo Tian. Furthermore, he was also injured, heavily injured, other than Dan's rod that made him unable to find his bearings. The heaven-sealing great art that he had just used up a lot of his profound qi, and his injuries were not light. Furthermore, Han Hua's flattery made him feel very good, and he laughed out loud. "Very good, very good. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Now, I order you to lead everyone to capture that brat. After you capture him, I will directly bestow you the title of Elder. Ha ha ha." Han Hua heavily clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Grand Elder." Then Han Hua raised his arm and shouted, All of you heard it. All of you go and capture Luo Tian. It's time to perform. Everyone go together. It was also at this moment. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Chun had already arrived in front of Erdan. Thank you, brothers, for your votes. Seeing your familiar names in the votes every day is the happiest thing for me. Chapter 600. Luo Tian's acting skills were strong. Unexpectedly, Han Hua was even more skilled than Luo Tian. Her acting skills were even better than Luo Tian's. The cooperation between the two of them had reached an impeccable level. If this was in his previous life, they would have won all the movie awards. No matter how cunning Taoist Tian Su was, he did not expect to make a mistake at this critical moment. He thought that Han Hua was lying to him, but he was arrogant and proud. He thought that even if Han Hua, a disciple who was not even an ant in his eyes, was tricked, he would kill her instantly. The others were the same, including Luo Tian. So, he was not in a hurry to attack, but let the disciples of Huashan Immortal Sect do it. The scene was chaotic. Everyone wanted to show off in front of Taoist Tian Su. Now that the Great Elder, Primordial Tao Sovereign and Sect Leader, Heavenly Sovereign Yunji, were dead, these two positions were empty. As long as Taoist Tian Su said something, he would be the next sect leader of Huashan. The inner sect elders all wanted to fight for the sect leader position. They all led their disciples and rushed towards Luo Tian. Kill! Kill him! Avenge the sect master and grand elder. Get rid of the #1 scourge of Huashan Immortal Sect. In an instant, all the Huashan Immortal Sect disciples rushed towards Luo Tian. Only Yunling and Yun Yi were left crying. They wanted to help Luo Tian, but they did not know where Luo Tian's shadow was. They kept shouting, "Leader, run, run." They were too naive. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He was afraid that Taoist Tian Su would attack Yunling and Yun Yi, but he had no other choice. He had to. He had to enter the ancient battlefield. Only by raising his level would he have the strength to fight against Taoist Tian Su. Otherwise, he would die here. At the same time, Han Hua transmitted his voice. "Captain, don't worry about Yunling and her sister. I'll take good care of them. If you have any plans, go ahead. Junior brother, Zhao has already gone to the Golden Dragon." Luo Tian frowned and said, "Senior sister, I'll leave it to you. Everyone, you must survive." After that, Luo Tian glared fiercely at Immortal Tianxiu. Anger rose in his heart, and he said to himself, "Just you wait." Immediately after, Luo Tian's speed suddenly changed as he roared towards the sky. "I'll fight it out with you. I'll kill all of you." Boom! His figure suddenly disappeared. Shadow shift. A shadow was left behind on the spot, and his real body had already landed beside Erdan. Erdan's eyes widened as he hurriedly shouted, "Boss, run! Don't worry about me." Erdan's body was struggling. Looking at Luo Tian, the anger in his heart surged. But his strength was completely sealed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. At this time, if Luo Tian carried him, none of them would be able to escape. He would only harm Luo Tian. Erdan was very clear in his heart. Luo Tian ignored him. The idea moved, wanting to take Erdan back into his body, but he realized that he couldn't take it back at all. This was also because the power in Erdan's body had been sealed. It was as if he couldn't withdraw from the battle. Luo Tian's heart tightened. At this time he couldn't care less, and immediately carried Erdan and ran out. The moment Luo Tian's real body landed, Immortal Tianxiu sneered and shouted, "You dog, you still want to escape with that beast? Aren't you too naive? Take him down." Immortal Tianxiu did not panic. It was extremely easy for him to chase after Luo Tian. Everyone turned around and pounced towards Luo Tian once again. It was also at this time that Zhao Qin suddenly stood out, directly behind Luo Tian, smiled faintly and said, "Boss, thank you for giving us hope. You are the hope of the Huashan Immortal School's rebirth. Quickly leave." After that, Zhao Chen did not wait for Luo Tian to react and directly rushed up, his hands forming a formation, and shouted, "Defensive formation! Qinku in defensive formation! Come out!" Buzz, buzz, the power of two formations was released from his body. "Ah!" Luo Tian helplessly shouted to the sky. He was touched, but he did not hesitate at all. He had never been an indecisive person. At this time he had no other choice. Xiao Chun roared helplessly to the sky. Then he picked up Erden and flew off in the direction of Dugofeng. Bang! 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 A series of explosions came from behind Luo Tian. He did not dare to turn back. He did not dare to see if Zhao Chen was dead or alive. Tears welled up in his eyes. It was very uncomfortable. This feeling was even worse than cutting off his flesh. Dan said in a low voice, "Boss, he did not continue. Dan's heart was also extremely uncomfortable. He said again, "Boss, put me down. You won't be able to escape far with me. Don't worry. He won't dare to do anything to me." Luo Tian did not say anything and continued to run crazily. If he left Dan behind, he would definitely die. If he could save them, he would want to save everyone, but cultivation, strength, his own forces, all of these were not as good as Taoist, heavenly void. Luo Tian's heart was bleeding. Letting go of his brothers to escape, his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly pierced by a steel needle. It was extremely uncomfortable. Taoist, heavenly void's face turned slightly cold, and his expression became gloomy. He stared at them. "Humph! I want to see where you can escape to. All of you go to hell." Suddenly, Taoist, heavenly void, suddenly moved. At this moment, Han Hua suddenly rushed out, and in front of Taoist heavenly void, he said respectfully, "Supreme Elder! Pa!" Before he could finish speaking, Taoist heavenly void directly slapped him, sending him flying. His expression became more and more ferocious, and he coldly shouted, "Scram to the side!" Bang! Han Hua's body fell heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not wipe it off. He exploded with all his strength and directly hugged Taoist, heavenly void's leg, and shouted, "Luo Tian, you must live!" At this moment, Han Hua had no other choice. She could only desperately fight for more time for Luo Tian. She was very clear about Taoist, heavenly void's speed, and he could quickly catch up with Luo Tian. There was still some distance between the inner sect and Dugofeng. But for Taoist, heavenly void, who was at the peak of Mystic Emperor, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye. It was too short. Taoist heavenly void was burning with anger, and directly hit Han Hua's back with his palm. "Die!" Boom! Han Hua once again spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body trembled. His face was as white as silver, but his hand still firmly held onto Taoist, heavenly void's leg. Bang! Another kick was sent out. Not letting go, he stepped on it again. Han Hua still did not let go, and the corner of his mouth revealed a happy smile, and he muttered, "Brother Hai, I'm coming for you." Chapter 601. At this moment, every second was extremely precious. Han Hua was trying his best to buy time for Luo Tian. Dan watched as Han Hua was being tortured by Sage Heavenly Oasis. He was speechless as tears streamed down his face. When Luo Tian heard Han Hua's voice, he pushed his speed to the limit. In just a few seconds, he felt like he had experienced tens of thousands of years. These few seconds were incomparably torturous. It was unbearable to be crushed. Finally, Luo Tian arrived at the foot of Dugu Peak, the place that Su Shan had mentioned. It was pitch black here. Under his feet was a black rock like an ancient array. At this moment, Sage Heavenly Oasis landed and sneered, "Son of a bitch, run, keep running. Do you think you can escape from me? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me the secret of bloodline fusion, and I'll spare your life." Luo Tian stood quietly in the middle of the array. He looked at Sage, Heavenly Oasis, with dark eyes. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that kept erupting. However, he suppressed it and asked, Sage, Heavenly Oasis, may I know where this is? Sage, Heavenly Oasis, looked around and sneered, Forbidden grounds of Huashan. Why? Do you think I can't do anything to you if you escape here? Or are you trying to escape into the ancient battlefield? Ancient battlefield? Luo Tian, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, Sage, Heavenly Oasis's expression suddenly turned serious. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his body trembled slightly. He looked around and confirmed that this was the entrance to the primordial battlefield. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. The Huashan disciples and elders behind him did not know what the primordial battlefield meant. They were confused. Only a few elders knew how powerful the primordial battlefield was. They said, Grand Elder, even if this is the opening of the primordial battlefield, so what? Opening the ancient battlefield requires the blood of 4 directions and the heavenly dragon pearl. Even if this kid uses all his abilities, he can't gather all these things. Don't worry, Grand Elder. The blood of 4 directions was hard to find. The Huashan Immortal Sect had also sent people to search for it, but they couldn't find the blood of the Titan race, let alone the heavenly dragon pearl. When Sage Heavenly Oasis heard this, he relaxed slightly and sneered, Brat, if you have the ability, then open up the primordial battlefield. With your ability, I'm afraid you don't even have the blood of the 4 directions, let alone the heavenly dragon pearl, right? You want to open the primordial battlefield? Humph. You overestimate yourself. He stared at Luo Tian with a contemptuous tone and a disdainful face. It was the same for the disciples of Mount Hua that he lived with. Luo Tian smiled faintly. Heavenly Oasis, you old bastard, I'll make you pay for what you've done today 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. Remember this, when you see me again, I'll definitely kill you. While speaking, Luo Tian moved his right hand and 4 streaks of blood appeared in his palm. As soon as the blood came out, blood of the 4 directions, Taoist Heavenly Oasis's expression changed drastically. How dare you, traitor! Once the primordial battlefield opened, the Huashan Immortal Sect would be instantly destroyed if the primordial demon inside escaped. It would definitely be a catastrophe. Everyone's expressions changed. There were even a few elders who revealed a fearful smile and said, Luo Tian, there's nothing to discuss, not to mention opening the primordial battlefield. Do you know what's inside the primordial battlefield? Once it's opened, the entire Huashan Immortal Sect will be destroyed. If you have any conditions, just say it, the great elder will agree to it. Taoist Heavenly Oasis's face harumphed and said, Luo Tian, you better not act recklessly, or else I will let all of your people die. Heaven Sword City, Great Tang Dynasty, your hometown Luo family, and even your sister Shui, I will kill all of them. Threat. He threatened again, using Luo Tian's family and brothers to threaten him. Luo Tian was truly furious in his heart. However, he did not compromise in the slightest. He knew very well what he was doing. He could not protect them now, and if he handed over the 4 directions blood, then he would not be able to protect them at all. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and said, Little brat Tiansu, are you afraid? While they were talking, Luo Tian's left hand moved again, and a pearl appeared in his palm. Heavenly Dragon Pearl. Everyone immediately panicked. Many of their bodies started to tremble, and their faces turned pale, as if they were facing a great enemy. Taoist Heavenly Oasis's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Luo Tian gloomily. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Luo Tian, the moment you open the ancient battlefield, I can kill you. If you want to live, then hand over these things. He was afraid. Everyone in Huashan Immortal Sect was afraid. They did not know what exactly was inside the ancient battlefield, but they were very clear that there was a rule in the Huashan ancestral teachings that they must not open the ancient battlefield. No matter what, they must not open it. The day they opened, it was the day Huashan was destroyed. The ancient demons were too powerful. Once the seal was broken, they would all die. Looking at their fearful expressions, Luo Tian laughed. At this moment, Taoist Heavenly Oasis said anxiously, Luo Tian, what do you want? I'll agree to any of your conditions. As long as you don't mess around, you won't be able to live even if the ancient battlefield is opened. Why bother? That's right, brother Luo Tian, please don't mess around. The demons in the ancient battlefield come from the ancient world. You can't mess around. If you want anything, just tell the Supreme Elder. Luo Tian, don't be stupid. Many elders also tried to persuade him. Luo Tian revealed a ferocious expression and said, You'll agree to anything I want. Taoist Heavenly Oasis said, As long as you hand over the things in your hands, I'll agree to anything you want. Luo Tian laughed and said, I don't want much. Little brat Heavenly Oasis, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me daddy 3 times, I might agree to it if I'm happy. Luo Tian, you're courting death. Taoist Heavenly Oasis's eyes widened as his abstruse king battle, Qi, rose to its peak. At this moment, Luo Tian roared, If you can't do it, then scram to the side. Then, blood dripped down from all directions, and the heavenly dragon pearl was directly placed into the true eye. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister as he roared heavily, Ancient battlefield, open for me! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed maniacally. The blood in all directions was instantly absorbed. The heavenly dragon pearl was also sucked into the true eye. However, nothing happened. There was no sound at all. The formation was still the same formation. Nothing in the surroundings had changed at all. After a few seconds, nothing happened. Taoist Heavenly Oasis laughed maniacally, laughing with incomparable pride. Luo Tian, prepare to die. Luo Tian's heart sank, seeing Taoist Heavenly Oasis's palm strike coming at him. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I've played myself to death this time. Just as Luo Tian was about to fight to the death with Taoist Heavenly Oasis, a huge suction force came from beneath his feet. Chapter 602. The palm strike hit nothing. Taoist Heavenly Oasis's eyes widened as he used his consciousness to search for Luo Tian's aura. How could this be? It is impossible for him to escape. Nothing in the surroundings changed. The trees were still the same trees. The mysterious array formed by the black rocks was still the same array. There was no change at all. The only change was that there were a few soft, rumbling sounds coming from below the array. It was as though it came from hell. Taoist Heavenly Oasis looked down and realized that the heavenly dragon pearl was gone. Instead, there was a fist-sized black hole with no bottom. The rumbling sounds came from the hole. At this moment, his expression changed. Could he have been sucked in? All of a sudden, Taoist Heavenly Oasis's expression changed again as his body started to tremble violently. A few elders also walked over. Seeing Taoist Heavenly Oasis's expression, Elder Tianyuan said, Grand Elder, even if that kid entered the ancient battlefield, he can forget about coming out alive. The ancient battlefield is filled with ancient demons. Even mystic gods and mystic thearchs can forget about coming out alive. You can rest assured. That's right. Grand Elder, even if he has 10,000 lives, he can forget about coming out. It is just a pity for the dragon on his shoulder. If you can absorb the dragon god's essence blood, you will be able to break through to the mystic god realm. By then, who would dare to look down on our Huashan immortal sect? Would those top 10 immortal sects dare to ask for compensation for their inner cores? Taoist Heavenly Oasis's brows relaxed slightly as he muttered to himself. He is very different, very different. He is not even 20 years old and has already reached the mystic sovereign realm. With such talent and potential, even Morong Wanjian cannot compare to him. Ever since Luo Tian found out about what happened in the Netherworld Abyss Cave, He had been secretly observing Taoist heavenly oasis. Every time Luo Tian returned, he would be able to quickly break through. However, he rarely broke through in the Huashan immortal sect. What was the reason? Furthermore, why didn't Luo Tian escape to other places? Why did he escape to the ancient battlefield? It was obvious that he wanted to enter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared the 4 directions blood and the heavenly dragon pearl. He had planned everything from the start. The ancient battlefield was filled with ancient demons. If he entered, he would die. Why did he still want to enter? And his expression was so confident. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Tian Su had a bad premonition. His gaze darkened as he ordered, "Send someone to inform the 10 major immortal sects. Tell them to send people to the Huashan immortal sect. Tell them to use the weakening of the primordial battlefield as a reason." The reason was very far-fetched. Moreover, the experts from the 10 great immortal sects were watching from the void. They were very clear about what had happened in the Huashan immortal sect. There was nothing wrong with the primordial battlefield. The one with the problem was Luo Tian. Once Luo Tian comes out, or if the demons from the primordial battlefield charge out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sage Tianxiu murmured to himself. His heart was filled with hatred. Why didn't he kill Luo Tian earlier? Now he was in big trouble. Luo Tian was currently at the 2nd level of the profound emperor stage. But if he was given enough time, the power of the 3-god level bloodline would allow him to break through very quickly. If he stepped into the profound god realm, then thinking of this, Taoist heavenly oasis felt a wave of anger in his heart. At this moment, an elder of the law enforcement hall brought Yun Lingyun forward and asked, "Grand Elder, what about these 2 women?" "Do you even need to ask?" "Execute Luo Tian's accomplice." "That's right." Tianxiu looked up slightly and saw Yun Lingyun's expression. He said, "Hold on, lock them up. If Luo Tian comes back, he will definitely save them. Their lives must be kept. When the time comes, they will be a good card for us. Even if Luo Tian dies in the primordial battlefield, these 2 beautiful women," Sage Tianxiu sniffed and smiled, "they are still virgins. They are great tonics. When the time comes, we can give them to the scorching sun, sect master of the divine controlling immortal sect. He will definitely like it." "Ha ha ha! Grand Elder, you are very thoughtful." Everyone complimented. That elder of the law enforcement hall said, "Grand Elder, Zhao Chun and Han Hua are not completely dead. Should we save them?" "Save them. Don't let them die. It's too easy for them to die like this. I want Luo Tian to see them die with his own eyes. I want them to see Luo Tian die with their own eyes. I want them to see that the people they protect with their lives are still trash in front of me. I love to see them in despair. Ha ha ha." Sage Tianxiu laughed sinisterly. "Everyone, go and do what you need to do. Guard this place heavily. Tian Yuan, you will be in charge of the internal affairs of the Huashan immortal sect for the time being." "Understood." Elder Tianxiu moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He instantly came to the secret room where he cultivated. His face was pale, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. "Dog, you better die in there. Otherwise, I will make sure you never reincarnate." He was bleeding from all 7 orifices after being hit by 2 balls. Coupled with the palm strike from Luo Tian, his blood was boiling. He had been suppressing it and was in extreme pain. He did not want the experts in the void to find out that he was injured. If that happened, the Huashan immortal sect would be destroyed before the primordial battlefield opened. "Phew!" Elder Tianxiu exhaled heavily. Then his body suddenly changed into an extremely ferocious heavenly fire tiger. His entire body was burning with an extremely arrogant flame. It was similar to the flame in the deviant fire. No one knew that Sage Tianxiu was cultivated from a demonic beast. His true power had not been revealed yet. The demonic beast's body was his strongest power. Let's talk about Luo Tian. Phew, phew, phew. Luo Tian's breathing was hurried. After his body was sucked in by a huge force, his vision turned dark. About 10 minutes later, a strong light blinded his eyes. His entire body was suspended in the air, and he fell directly from the sky. Just as he was about to use his strength to stabilize his body, he suddenly realized that this place was completely different from the Tianxian continent. The gravity of the Tianxian continent was similar to that of Earth. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than that of the Tianxian continent. Just like in the deep sea, his entire body was crushed by the strong gravity. His cultivation was not enough to control the speed of his fall. He could only slow it down a little. It was the same for Two Balls. However, he was a little better off than Luo Tian. After all, he had a dragon's body. Even a 4th-level dragon god's body was much stronger than Luo Tian's. It didn't matter if he fell. At most, he would have a close contact with the ground. If not, he would just forcefully X the ground with his lower body. But Luo Tian suddenly realized that there was a huge mouth below, a mouth that was like a black hole waiting for him. As long as he fell, he would fall into the mouth. Luo Tian's face darkened. Damn, how can there be such a big, demonic beast? It wasn't just one, but a densely packed group of demonic beasts that were like adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was as if he had arrived at Jurassic Park. In that instant, Luo Tian was excited. Heaven, this is my heaven. However, Two Balls said with a worried face, Boss, let's not talk about heaven for now. Quickly think of a way. We are about to be eaten. Chapter 603. Luo Tian had seen Tyrannosaurus Rex in the movie before. However, Luo Tian had never seen such a large group of Tyrannosaurus Rex in one go. Moreover, the movie was in the movie, and the world he was in now was reality. That kind of shock surpassed everything, and there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a big mouth waiting for him to fall under his. But these demon beasts were so thin that they were only skin and bones, leaving behind only a frame. Every bone under the skin was abnormally hard, more than 10,000 times harder than steel. The most frightening thing was the aura emanating from their bodies. Every aura was an ancient aura. Luo Tian was no stranger to this kind of aura. He had felt it when Blind Lu had transformed into an ancient giant demon. He had also felt it on Tai Long's body. This was the 3rd time he had felt the ancient aura. Moreover, the ancient aura emanating from these ancient demonic beasts was extremely strong and violent. They were truly ferocious ancient demonic beasts. F***CK. This HP bar is several meters long. How much HP is this? However, the more HP, the higher the level of the demon beast, and the more EXP it will give. This way. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud. Looking at the large group of ancient demon beasts, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in excitement. Old thief Tian Su, just you wait. It won't be long before I take your dog life. Dan said again. Boss, don't worry about that old thief for now. Can you get rid of the demon beast under your butt first? I'm panicking. The aura on this guy's body is too ferocious. Once we fall into its mouth, we will be instantly crushed by its sharp teeth. Hurry up and think of a way. Damn it. If only the power in my body hadn't been sealed. Heavenly Void Brat, his grandma's Mimi. When I break through the seal, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Speaking of the Heavenly Void spiritual master, Dan and Luo Tian were both furious. However, now was not the time to think about this. There was a huge demonic beast under their butts. If they could not solve this crisis, they would lose their lives, let alone a mortal heavenly oasis. Luo Tian's face sank as he said, Two Balls, your power has been sealed. Can you let out a dragon's roar? Dragon roar? Isn't it just a cry? I can still do that. Even if I can't suppress them, I can at least stun them for a second or two. Dan was very confident. After all, he was the descendant of the dragon god. If he didn't have this ability, then it would be too embarrassing. Luo Tian immediately said, "Okay, listen to my orders." Erdan said, "All right." Huff, huff, huff. The two of them fell madly. The primordial battlefield was an independent space. It was unknown who had sealed these primordial demonic beasts here, or if this place originally belonged to the primordial world and was just a space opened up by some expert. In this space, 100 times the gravity. Although Luo Tian was already at the profound Emperor realm, under the 100 times the gravity, his strength and speed were all suppressed. It was as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the large group of demonic beasts below, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. However, he did not let it get to his head. These primordial demonic beasts were extremely valiant. If he jumped down like this, he would immediately be trampled to death. He had to find a safer place to test the abilities of these demonic beasts before making any further plans. Ugh! Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth spat out a thick burst of flames. Saliva flowed out, and his two green eyes flashed with excitement, as if he was saying that he could eat his fill now. At this moment, Luo Tian bellowed, "2 balls!" Erdan's eyes turned sinister as he replied, "I'm ready." When he was a few meters away from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, Luo Tian shouted loudly, "Dragon, roar!" At the same time, Erdan suddenly roared. Coax! The dragon's roar shook the sky. Although his power was sealed, the blood of the dragon god flowed in Erdan's body. This roar carried the might of the dragon god and was extremely fierce. Luo Tian was worried that Erdan's dragon roar would not be able to suppress these brutal demonic beasts. In that instant, he released the power of the 3 bloodliness. The azure dragon coiled around his body, the vermilion bird soared into the sky, and the black tortoise suppressed him. The 3 powerful divine beast phantoms supported Luo Tian's body, and combined with Erdan's dragon roar, they directly intimidated the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's body suddenly shook. His mouth closed. In that instant, Luo Tian's 2 fists turned into palms and heavily struck down. Rumble. It wasn't a kill. Instead, it was the recoil of the pain heavenly soul palm that bounced him back. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was struck by Luo Tian's palms, and a bright red number floated above its head. At the same time, a few meters of health appeared above its head. 70 million. I'll go. So many zeros. Are all the demonic beasts in the ancient world so brutal? A demonic beast actually has 70 million health. This is comparable to a peak mystic emperor expert. Then these demonic beasts' strength. Oh my god! Luo Tian's eyes were dazed. He knew that the ancient demonic beasts were strong, but he didn't expect them to have so much health. 70 million health was comparable to a level 7 mystic emperor's health. If that was the case, these demonic beast strength was definitely above level 7 mystic emperor. Their defense and pure physical strength were much stronger than humans. Boom! Luo Tian and Dan landed on the ground. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was intimidated reacted, and it was extremely furious. It roared into the sky, and a dark green light flashed from its throat and shot out. Poison! Damn, the Tyrannosaurus Rex can shoot poison. Luo Tian hugged Dan and frantically escaped. 3 o'clock. Boss, run. 9 o'clock. Boss, be careful. Left, right, there's poison everywhere. Boss, what should we do? We can't escape. The poison that the Tyrannosaurus spat out was like lava from a volcano. Luo Tian was in a difficult situation. He dodged left and right, and finally dodged the Tyrannosaurus attack. His heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "What should I do now? These demonic beasts are too strong. How do I kill them?" Luo Tian found it difficult to kill one Tyrannosaurus Rex alone. There was still a large group of Tyrannosaurus Rexes in front of him. Let alone leveling up, even surviving would be difficult. The ancient battlefield was too ferocious. As Luo Tian fled, his mind raced. He opened the system interface to check if there were any system notifications. However, there were none. Just as Luo Tian was in a state of panic, he suddenly opened his skill window. He suddenly discovered a skill. Lure. Light of Confusion. Haha. I have an idea. Chapter 604. Lure. Light of Confusion. Luo Tian's reward for reaching the 7th stage of the Profound Realm. It was a mage skill in hot-blooded legends, able to summon monsters as their war pets to fight for them. It could summon 5 of them. The summoned pets could all level up, and they could level up a total of 7 levels. Luo Tian had summoned the Raging Thunderbolt to kill all the blind people in the Luo family. Other than that time, Luo Tian had also used it a few times, and rarely used it after that. However, Luo Tian did not neglect this set of cultivation techniques. He had also been cultivating. Currently, the Light of Confusion had already reached the 8th level. He could summon 5 war pets. If Luo Tian wanted to rely on his own strength to kill a primordial Yao, he would have to waste a lot of time. Moreover, it would be very dangerous. If he could summon 5 Tyrannosaurus battle pets and level up, haha! Why am I so handsome? Why am I so smart? Luo Tian tidied up his hair and couldn't help but want to ask, damn it, who else is there? Dan's face was blank as he muttered, Boss, stop showing off at a time like this. If we're talking about being handsome, are you as handsome as me? Not to mention being smart. I am the handsome dragon that has charmed thousands of girls. Luo Tian sneered and said, You're handsome my ass, right? You're indeed handsome my ass. You're called Dan. Dan pouted and said seriously, Boss, I have something to discuss with you. Can you not call me Dan? How can such a low-end name be worthy of a high and mighty descendant of the dragon god like me? Luo Tian said, All right, Dan. Then let's call it 3 eggs. Otherwise, for eggs or 5 eggs are fine too. But it's not appropriate to call it 3, 4, or 5 eggs. A man can only have 2 eggs at most. If it's 3 eggs, it'll be fun, ha ha ha. Dan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. At this moment, Luo Tian was too lazy to argue with Dan and said, Dan, use the dragon roar again. I need 1 or 2 seconds. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was too ferocious and too fast. If Luo Tian stopped, the assassin would immediately catch up to him. He would be trampled to death before he could even use a skill. Dan could tell that Luo Tian was serious, so he immediately said, Okay. Immediately after, Dan roared again. Dragon's might suppression. Boom! Although the tyrannical dragon was an ancient demon beast and was incomparably ferocious, it was nothing in front of the dragon god. Dan's power was not sealed, but the dragon roar still carried a powerful suppressive force. Violent Dragon's body trembled slightly. He was stunned. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he shouted in a deep voice, Lure! Bewitching light. Ding. Summoning failed. Bait. Bewitching light. Ding. Failure. Try again. Confusion. In the short span of a second, Luo Tian released 6 skills, but each time he failed. Luo Tian was full of luck. Failing 6 times in a row was indeed 2F** cat up. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was stunned for a while, 6 crackling lightning bolts coiled around it at the moment it was stunned. A thought entered its sea of consciousness to control it, which made it very angry. Immediately after, a dark green venom rolled in its throat once again. Holy **T! Boss, that guy is going to spit out venom again. Let's hurry up and run. Dan's voice trembled. The venom spewed out by the Tyrannosaurus was too terrifying. A towering tree only touched a little bit of it and turned into ashes. Not even a single piece of wood was left behind. This kind of venom was really too deadly. Luo Tian's brows shook, and he said somewhat unhappily, I don't believe in this evil. 10 million profound Chi-S. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He directly released 10 million profound chi-s and used them all on Lur. On top of the bewitching light, he roared angrily and roared again. Lur, bewitching light, F***CK bless me. Walala, walala, walala. The lure, released by 10 million profound chi-s. The bewitching light was too fierce. The crackling electric currents wrapped around the Tyrannosaurus. It continued to evaporate. The Tyrannosaurus was also struggling nonstop. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he prayed in his heart. Give me a good time. If I can't catch it again, I will be played to death. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Little sister Longza, please give me strength. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning. Buzz. Ha 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 ha. Luo Tian laughed out loud towards the sky, unable to close his mouth. His expression was filled with unspeakable excitement as he shouted loudly, asterisk, 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 little sister Longza, your strength is limitless. Even in another world, I can feel it. Every night when it was quiet, the image of them panting on the bed would appear in Luo Tian's mind from time to time. His blood vessels were expanding, and the huge thing under his crotch was also expanding. He still couldn't forget them in another world. From this, it could be seen how powerful they were. If there's a chance, I must go back to Earth to take a look. Go to the island to look for them. Wow. As Luo Tian thought about this, he also thought about some things on Earth. If there was a chance, he would definitely go back. This was a story for later, so let's not talk about it for now. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus was stunned. He stood there in a daze, his face lifeless. His eyes were no longer as ferocious as before as he looked at Luo Tian weakly. The words Luo Tian appeared above its head. Haha, I've been summoned. Luo Tian was abnormally excited. He patted the stunned Erdan, laughed, and said, Erdan, how is it? Am I handsome? Erdan's expression was completely stunned. He pointed at the Tyrannosaurus and said, Boss, what's going on? Why did he stop? Furthermore, it looks completely different from before. What did you do to him? Luo Tian moved and directly controlled the Tyrannosaurus to kneel on the ground. Luo Tian walked up in large strides. Erdan was very anxious and said, Boss, it's dangerous, don't be fooled by him. Luo Tian laughed and directly sat on the Tyrannosaurus's body. With a thought, he controlled it and said, Rise! Tyrannosaurus quickly stood up, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Erdan was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with admiration. Handsome, boss, you're too handsome. Even a little bit more handsome than me. Tell me, why are you so handsome? You're making me cry. Erdan had never seen Luo Tian use lure before. Bewitching light, so he was completely stunned. He had even summoned the ancient demon beasts. Too sharp, Luo Tian smugly teased. I think so too. Every day when I wake up, I look at myself in the mirror and see how handsome I am. How can others live like this? Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a huge wave of aura rushed over. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Erdan exclaimed, Oh no. Luo Tian grinned, jumped down from the Tyrannosaurus's body and shouted, Let me see your strength. Kill it for me. Chapter 605. Kill it. Luo Tian ordered. Following that, he carried Erdan and quickly jumped a little further away. He hid behind a large rock and carefully watched everything. Which one was stronger between the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Luo Tian also wanted to know. Whoever is strong will be summoned in the future. Luo Tian began to observe carefully. Erdan leaned on his side and asked in a low voice, Boss, can this guy still fight? Luo Tian nodded. Erdan's face was filled with excitement as he said, This is too amazing. If there is such a Tyrannosaurus Rex team brought out of here, then wouldn't we be able to sweep through some bullshit 10 great immortal sects? That old thief Tian Su would be directly smacked to death. Luo Tian didn't want to explain, nor did he have the time to. The summoned war pet had a time limit, and after this period of time it would betray him. Even if he brought it out of the ancient battlefield, it wouldn't be of much use, but it should be able to cause trouble. It would be the competition between the disciples of the immortal sect soon. And at that time, if he could get a few level 7 ancient demon beasts to join in the fun, it would definitely be a very amazing thing. Rumble! Rumble! The Tyrannosaurus Rex directly crashed into him with pure strength. It carried traces of power, and it was extremely terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not afraid at all. It directly used its head to charge forward, and even spat out a large amount of dark green venom. Good! Luo Tian could not help but exclaim. This guy knows a lot about tactics. Not bad. In terms of intelligence, the Tyrannosaurus Rex should be a little stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Before he could finish his sentence, the Tyrannosaurus Rex rolled up a towering tree and fiercely swept it over, smashing onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. Bam! Bam! The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreated at the same time. Sand and rocks flew around them, and the scene was like the end of the world. Luo Tian hid at the side. His heart was filled with shock. Seeing the two gigantic creatures fighting, he became more and more excited. Immediately, Luo Tian reminded her, Dan, stay here and don't move. Finished. Luo Tian immediately increased his speed to the limit and sneaked up on them. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Tyrannosaurus Rex should be demonic beasts of the same rank. In the words of the game, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a mage, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a berserker. Both of them were insanely strong. Now that they were fighting each other, it created a very good opportunity for Luo Tian. Luo Tian leaped to the side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex without anyone noticing. Without saying a word, he tried to lure it in. Bewitching light went up and said in a deep voice, "Hit!" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully summoning F***CK. What a stroke of luck! He succeeded on the first try. Luo Tian laughed. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped attacking at the same time. The two demonic beasts looked at Luo Tian with incomparable respect, waiting for Luo Tian's orders. Luo Tian grinned and laughed excitedly. 3 more to go! With 2 giant war pets, Luo Tian gained some confidence and immediately shouted to Erdan, "Erdan, wait here, I'll go catch 3 more and come pick you up later." Erdan also did not want to delay Luo Tian and said, "Boss, don't worry, I'll wait for you here." Then, Luo Tian flew above the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, his eyes darkened, looking at a lonely Tyrannosaurus Rex. He laughed and said, "The target is him." Ding! Summoning failed. Ding! Summoning failed. Had he used up all his luck? Had his integrity fallen to the ground and been trampled on? Sometimes, no matter how hard you tried, you wouldn't succeed. Luo Tian had played this game before. In a situation where he couldn't summon it, he would attack it and then summon it again. This way, the success rate would be higher. Half an hour later, behind Luo Tian stood 5 giants, 3 Tyrannosaurus Rex, 2 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha ha! I didn't think that Luo Tian, would be able to be arrogant in Jurassic. Luo Tian laughed and then said, "Let's go back. Boss will be back soon. Boss will be back soon. Boss, come back quickly." Mom, Erdan trembled. Behind him, there was an incomparably huge Tyrannosaurus Rex sniffing around, as if it had discovered Erdan. However, because Erdan was really too small, it did not discover his position for a moment. Thinking about the dark green venom damage, Erdan's face turned pale. He was not afraid of anything. He was only afraid of poison. Even when the power in his body was sealed by the old thief Tian Su, he was not afraid. But now he was truly afraid. The dark green mucus was extremely disgusting, and it carried a very strong poison. Actually, what he was afraid of was being disfigured by this venom. He was a narcissistic dragon. He had always thought that he was very handsome. He was afraid that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's venom would ruin his perfect figure, and he was even more afraid of hurting his face. "Boss, hurry up and come back." Dan was so anxious that tears were about to come out. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex approaching bit by bit, he was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. "Your grandmother's Mimi. If my strength wasn't sealed, I would definitely beat you to death." He muttered softly. It was also at this time. Walala! A towering tree that was blocking Dan's back was suddenly pulled up by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and thrown far away. Dan's skinny body was directly exposed in front of it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes shook, and his saliva dripped down, as if he had never eaten meat in his entire life. Looking at Dan's small body, his eyes lit up, and he was incomparably hungry. He licked his lips with his long tongue, revealing a row of huge teeth, and directly bit down on Dan. "Big brother." "Sir, my meat tastes very bad. I'm not even enough for you to fill the gaps between your teeth. Please spare me. I'm such a cute and handsome dragon. How can you bear to eat me?" Dan revealed all sorts of cute expressions, but it was all useless. He roared in rage. "Your grandmother's Mimi, do you know who I am? Do you know who my boss is? If you dare to eat me, my boss will kill all your ancestors. If you don't believe me, you can try." Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly stopped. He was only half a meter away from Dan. His breath was so thick that it was like poisonous gas. Dan's face changed and he roared, "Are you scared? If you are, then get the hell away from me. My boss will kill you immediately." At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex retreated and started to tremble. Dan thought that he was really afraid and became even more arrogant. "My boss is the most handsome human in the world apart from me. He can merge 3 bloodlines, and the key is that he knows all sorts of cultivation techniques. Hey, don't run. I haven't finished yet. Your grandmother's Mimi, what are you running for?" "I haven't even finished. You have no manners at all," Dan said angrily. At that moment, he raised his head and noticed that there were 5 huge beasts behind him. Luotian stood on the head of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking really confident and overbearing. Luotian pointed and said solemnly, "Flatten the ancient battlefield." "Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Old Cow is really grateful. There are recommendation tickets every day, so please vote when you are free. Thank you." Chapter 606. I pissed my pants. "Boss, if you don't come now, you won't be able to see me anymore." Dan was shocked. Looking at the 5 behemoths behind him, his face was filled with shock as he said, "Boss, are these the strong men you caught?" Of course. Luotian controlled the 5 battle pets with his mind and ordered them to give chase. With these 5 behemoths as battle pets, Luotian would be able to gain a foothold in the primordial battlefield. Luotian thought coldly, "Sage Heavenly Oasis, just you wait. The day I get out of here will be the day you die." Rumble, rumble, bang, bang, bang. 5 war pets surrounded a Tyrannosaurus. No matter how much HP it had, it couldn't withstand their attacks. It was like 5 high school students ganging up on a primary school student. A wave of punches and kicks. The Tyrannosaurus's HP, that was a few meters long, quickly decreased. Facing 5 boss of the same level, it had no room to resist. However, its eyes were filled with confusion. Half an hour later. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luotian for killing Ancient Tyrannosaurus for obtaining 5 million experience. 5 million profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luotian for obtaining Ancient Tyrannosaurus blood essence. Congratulations to player Luotian for obtaining Ancient Tyrannosaurus bones. It was a very ordinary explosion. It was just like killing a normal demon beast. However, the experience was 5 million per head. Wasn't this a little too high? Luotian was immediately high. 1 head is 5 million experience. 10 heads, 100 heads. 10,000 heads, 100,000 heads? Profound God, Profound God, this time I will definitely break through the profound God realm. Once I step into the profound God realm, killing Sage Tian so will only be a matter of minutes. Again, I still have the Rainbow Snow Lotus, and I can refine 3 times the Experience Pill. I can also refine Experience Pill. With all these things added together, I don't believe that I can't break through the profound God realm. Damn it. Luo Tian was secretly happy. 5 million experience was too rich. The primordial battlefield was vast and boundless. If this place was filled with primordial demonic beasts, then advancing to the mystic God realm wouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, he might even be able to take 1 step closer to the mystic Tharch realm. Mystic Tharch, the strongest realm in the profound sky continent. There were only a few in the entire Tian Xian continent. If he became the mystic Tharch, Luo Tian would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Tian Xian continent. What 10 great immortal sects? What soul palace? They could all be trampled to death under his feet. Luo Tian controlled the 5 battle pets to come back and said, "Let's go." 3 Tyrannosauruses and 2 ancient Tyrannosauruses. These ancient demonic beasts couldn't fight against too many of them. Right now, the most important thing was to raise their levels. If they could all become level 7 demonic beasts, then each of them would be able to fight against 10 ancient demonic beasts. However, due to the level of the light of confusion, the summoning time on these battlefields was only 4 hours. When the time came, they would defect. This timing had to be grasped well. Otherwise, the loss would be great. Luo Tian remembered the time when they were captured. He didn't dare to neglect it for even a second. Then he took Erden and said, "Let's go." Erden seemed to be excited as well. He said, "Boss, do you have any more good things? I can't break that damn seal with my current cultivation. If you let me break through a few more times, I might have a chance. If you have any more good things, why don't you let me eat them first? Hee, that heaven melting cauldron, I think. Damn it! Erden, do you believe that I won't beat you up? That is my only relic. If you have any thoughts about it, I will kill myself in front of you." Luo Tian panicked. He was afraid that Erden would swallow the heaven-melting cauldron. This was his fusion skill, the only relic that could fuse with the relic. If Erden ate this thing, then his plan of fusing the 10 ultimate skills would be ruined. He wanted to fuse them together to create an ultimate skill that could destroy the world, just like the main character Luo Tian in Invincible upgrade. He would have the God Sword and kill whoever he saw. That would be awesome. Erden laughed and said, "Boss, I was just casually saying it." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at Erden and said, "So many relic have been swallowed by you, my heart is about to break. I didn't even use the Heavenly Dragon Divine sword before you ate it. Are you trying to make me poor?" He thought of so many good things. Luo Tian felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Looking at the space ring, there were only a few pearls, gems, and the like left. If these things could be eaten, they would definitely have been eaten by Erden. However, since Erden could increase his level by eating treasures, Luo Tian suddenly had an idea and said, "Erden, as long as you eat treasures, you can increase your cultivation, and when you reach a certain level, you can break through?" Erden immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, yes." If Erden could break through the seal in the ancient battlefield, he would definitely be able to display his might. At that time, he would level up even faster. Luo Tian did not have anything else on him. However, he could refine relic. He could refine the bones of these ancient demonic beasts into Xian weapons. These bones contained an extremely rich amount of Xian qi. Once the refinement was successful, it would be at least a heaven artifact, grade Xian weapon. It couldn't be compared to a divine artifact. However, the key point was that Luo Tian could refine them endlessly. Other than this, Luo Tian discovered that there were still various spirit grasses in the ancient battlefield. These spirit grasses were somewhat different from the spirit grasses in the outside world. The Xian qi they contained a very powerful ancient aura. They should be ancient spirit grasses. With these spirit grasses, Luo Tian could refine even more dawn. Luo Tian had always been thinking about how to improve this pill. He had never thought of a good idea. Now that he had the ancient spirit grasses as a foundation, there was definitely hope for the second improvement of the mysterious explosion pill. Once it was not restricted by level, then Luo Tian's face was filled with glee. He looked around and muttered to himself, "The ancient battlefield is simply a treasure trove. Luckily, I came to Huashan Celestial Sect. Ha ha ha. T-Rex, spit out poison, spit out poison. Hold the poison. T-Rex, use your tails to smash it to death. Continue." Luo Tian brought the 5 battle pets and killed them all along the way. If there were monsters, he would kill them. If there were no monsters, he would rush. While rushing, Luo Tian would pick any spirit grasses he saw. He was in a rush to refine them. After half a day, the 5 battle pets had reached level 5. At this moment, Luo Tian also welcomed the first battle pet's betrayal. 2 minutes ago, Luo Tian controlled it with his mind and placed it in a remote place. The moment it betrayed him, he would immediately use lure. The light of confusion was summoned again. With full luck, it was not too difficult to summon it again. Within an hour, the other 4 battle pets that betrayed him were also summoned by Luo Tian. The sky gradually darkened. The battle pets' eyes had changed. They looked exceptionally ferocious. At this moment, 7 blood-red crescent moons appeared in the sky. 7 planets moon. 7 planets Demon King. The boss of the ancient battlefield. Today, there was a huge wave of 1888 and 588 rewards. Thank you, brothers, for your support. There was also the Forget That Sadness reward of 10,000 book coins. It had been a long time since I received a reward. Old Bull was very grateful. Chapter 607. Ever since Luo Tian entered the primordial battlefield, he felt that the surroundings were a little strange. These ancient beasts looked valiant and ferocious, but they rarely took the initiative to attack Luo Tian. Their cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the mystic emperor realm. They could sense everything within tens of thousands of kilometers. How could an unfamiliar aura escape their senses? Furthermore, there was a group of T-Rex more than 100 kilometers away. They were as docile as little sheep. They didn't have any ferocious aura at all. Whether it was the T-Rex or T-Rex, they lived in peace and rarely fought. This was a very abnormal situation. Beasts were naturally aggressive. In order to survive, they would constantly kill. They would even eat their own children. However, such a situation rarely happened here. Suddenly, 7 red crescent moons appeared in the sky. Everything changed. Their eyes were slowly filled with blood vessels. Then, the blood vessels completely occupied their pupils, turning them dark red. All the ancient beasts looked up at the sky as though they were worshipping the crescent moons. A trace of scarlet flames faintly rose from their bodies. These flames slowly rose into the sky. They were directly sucked into the 7 crescent moons. The blood-red crescent moons looked even more ferocious, terrifying, and bloody. After this, the sky darkened and everything around them changed. They became restless and ferocious. A terrifying bloody aura spread out. All the beasts within tens of thousands of kilometers entered a state of frenzy. Roar! Roar! Woo! Woo! The T-Rex and T-Rex let out a heart-throbbing sound. The 5 battle pets behind Luo Tian were also constantly struggling. They were trying to break through the temptation. The light of confusion's mental control. A violent aura was constantly emitted from their bodies. Level 5 battle pets had reached the peak of the mystic emperor realm. Once they broke through the mental control, Luo Tian and 2 balls would be instantly killed. Boss, what are they doing? I don't know. Luo Tian jumped away and stood in a relatively safe place. He frowned. He didn't know how to lure them. The light of confusion's mental control couldn't control them, because the summoned pets in the hot-blooded legend wouldn't betray him before the time was up. This was not a game. Anything could happen, so Luo Tian couldn't be sure. The light of confusion could control them. At the same time, Luo Tian constantly observed the 7 crescent moons in the sky. It was very scary. The distance between them was like the position of the Big Dipper. Moreover, it gave Luo Tian a feeling that they were being controlled by some kind of power. This kind of power could not be released by a demonic beast. Is there someone else in the primordial battlefield? Could it be one of the overlords of the ancient world? F***CK. If that's the case, then what's the point? Luo Tian's heart sank. Just a wisp of the ancient undead emperors was already so powerful. If the ancient undead emperor's true body appeared, it would definitely be a terrifying existence. He was an overlord of a region. If the ancient undead emperor's true body was also an overlord, then no. No matter what, I'm here to level up. My goal is to level up. No matter how arrogant and unbridled Luo Tian was, he was no fool. If it was really an overlord of the ancient world, he wouldn't have any chance. Even 2 balls wouldn't be his match. Boss, they stopped. Seems like they can't break through. 2 balls said anxiously. Luo Tian looked at them, and his heart tightened. He muttered with lingering fear. Seems like it's tempting. The light of confusion's mental control is still pretty good. Rumble, rumble. Violent crashing sounds could be heard everywhere. Sounds of killing. It had truly become a battlefield dominated by demonic beasts. Luo Tian seemed insignificant. Hearing those sounds, his heart tightened. War is undoubtedly a huge opportunity for me. I have to get out as soon as possible. I don't know if Han Hua and Zhao Chun are dead or alive, but Yun Ling and Yun Yi are definitely still alive. They might be getting beaten up right now. I can't let anything happen to them. Think about it. In a war between 2 sides, there would definitely be countless injured people who weren't completely dead. With only a few hundred or a few thousand HP left, if Luo Tian appeared and dealt a blow to each of them, wouldn't the experience increase? A chance to make money from the dead. Immediately, Luo Tian sat down cross-legged and took out the green dragon cauldron to refine the 3 times experience pill. The 3 times experience pill was extremely difficult to refine. It consumed a lot of mental energy. For the first time, Luo Tian failed. Wasting a large amount of 7-colored snow lotus, Luo Tian felt a pain in his heart. Seeing that there was only a small amount of 7-colored snow lotus left, he calmed down and expelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. Calming down, he took a deep breath and started refining again. Even if it was Xiaoyan's alchemy, even with all sorts of buffs and full luck, it still wasn't a 100% success rate. If it was a 100% success rate, it would be too abnormal. Ding! Refining success! Phew! Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief, but he did not stop. Instead, he continued to concoct experience pills. Half an hour later, Luo Tian turned to refining the Xian weapon. The bones of ancient demon beasts were incomparably hard, and if this thing was refined, it would definitely be a super Xian weapon. Furthermore, the ribs of the Tyrannosaurus rex were extremely suitable for refining Tang saber, a huge Tang saber. As for the weapon, it was naturally a domineering broadsword. Other than that, Luo Tian also wanted to refine some rations for Erdan, not to mention breaking through the seal in his body. At the very least, he would be able to move freely and have some ability to protect himself. If he wanted to completely undo the seal on Erdan's body, he would have to depend on Taoist Master Tiansu. As long as he exploded, the heaven-sealing grand magic would be released, and the seal on his body would be undone. He also needed to unseal those trolls in the great soul-refining formation of Baiming City. It would definitely be an incomparably powerful force. This time, Luo Tian would not only have to face Taoist Master Tiansu, there were also the 10 great immortal sects. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer to Li Shuer and Moro Wanjian's wedding day. Luo Tian had to strengthen his own power as soon as possible. It would be extremely difficult for him to fight against the 10 great immortal sects by himself. Ding! Refining success. Ding! Refining success. Ding! Refining success. Continuous success. The refining technique was also crazily improving. Luo Tian piled up one after another beside him, and Dan was drooling. He smacked his lips and laughed excitedly. Boss, you're too cool. Although the levels of these Xian weapon aren't high, they contain an extremely dense power. To me, this is a delicacy. Ha ha ha. Ding! Refining success. Luo Tian finished refining the last bone. His entire body was drenched in sweat. His clothes were drenched. He casually picked one, shook it, and said excitedly, "The feeling of holding this weapon in my hands is great. Dan, the rest are yours. You stay here. I'm going to level up." Chapter 608. As far as the eye could see, the snow-white plains turned scarlet under the bloody moonlight. There were 2 mountains to the left and right. One side was a T-Rex, the other side was a T-Rex. It was as if the 2 armies were cheering each other on, constantly letting out all sorts of roars. At this time, they didn't seem to be demon beasts, but humans. Humans who were fighting. With such a formation, such a terrain, and such a tense atmosphere, a battle was about to break out. At first, Luo Tian thought it was just a small fight between demon beasts. It was a normal thing, but now he was shocked by the scene he saw. Moreover, there were piles of bones on this plain. It was like a plain paved with bones. Looking at the 2 mountains, cliffs, and black rocks, it was like the tip of a tower. Luo Tian's mind suddenly sank. Damn, this plain can't really be paved with their bones, right? Tens of thousands of years. Every day they would fight, and every day there would be countless casualties. Their flesh and blood would be devoured, leaving behind their skeletons. Over time, this bottomless gully was directly filled, turning the valley between the 2 peaks into a plain. This was the primordial battlefield in its entirety. They had reproduced for tens of thousands of years, with only one purpose: to kill. From the moment they were born, their sea of consciousness was instilled with a thought: to kill without restraint. Under the control of the 7 planets' divine moon, they were planted with the killing Tao since they were young. Every ancient demon beast had a strong understanding of the killing Tao. Their killing Tao was ferocious, ruthless, and unscrupulous. Their killing Tao was to kill continuously. Every time night fell and the 7 crescent moons appeared, their understanding of the killing Tao would be absorbed by the 7 crescent moons. These killing Tao were absorbed by one person. How powerful was this power? All of this, Luo Tian didn't know. He also didn't expect that the scarlet, blood-like aura rising from the ancient demon beasts was the killing Tao aura. At this time, Luo Tian curled up in a corner, held his breath, and quietly waited. The tang blade in his hand flashed with a gloomy cold light under the bloody moonlight. Let's fight quickly." "Who? Phew!" Violent winds whistled, sweeping up bursts of bone ashes on the white bone plains. It was as if there was a group of ghosts releasing mournful cries, making people's hearts sink as if they were in hell. Suddenly, a person appeared on both sides. Their attire was the same, and they held scepters similar to those used for sacrificial ceremonies. Just like the tree roots, there was a small, blood-colored skull hanging from them. The scepters shook and pointed at the opposite side, letting out a savage's mournful roar. Then, violent as thunder, the earth trembled, and the sky seemed to be torn apart by their footsteps. Shocking, incomparably shocking. Luo Tian had never seen such a shocking scene. It was a scene that couldn't be described with words. It was the kind of scene where true primordial vicious beasts were killing each other without any regard for their lives. They were crazily crashing and tearing at each other. Blood splattered everywhere as screams rang out. Luo Tian was stunned by what he saw. How savage! What war with millions of soldiers can't even compare to this? It's a pity that this is a true primitive war. He's too strong. While speaking, Luo Tian also quietly moved forward. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Killing them one by one was too slow. Although the experience was rich, leveling up like this was too much of a waste of time. Luo Tian did not have the time. He did not have the time to waste. Yunling was still waiting for him to save her. Right now, he wished that he could immediately level up to Profound God and then rush out to explode the shit out of Taoist Master Tiansu. Time was life. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a few ups and downs, Luo Tian had already arrived at the edge of the battlefield. Compared to those huge demon beasts, Luo Tian's body was like a wild rabbit, scuttling back and forth in the weeds. Suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex fell down. 3,000 HP? Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. The Tang blade moved, directly jumping up and instantly slashing down. Dragon Chop! Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex, for obtaining 500,000 experience, 500,000 profound chi values. Congratulations, player. One-hit kill. It was extremely easy. However, Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat, and after slashing down with his blade, he immediately jumped away. His speed was extremely fast, and coupled with his small body, none of the demon beasts noticed him. These demon beasts did not care at all. They only had another type of demon beasts in their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Tian landed beside another demon beast that had fallen to the ground and immediately swallowed the 3 times experience pill. Now is the time to crazily level up. He raised his hand and slashed down, killing another demon beast. This time it was 15 million experience. This slash is too satisfying, ha ha ha. Luo Tian moved crazily, under the 100 times gravity. His speed continued to break the limit, continuously jumping, continuously attacking. The system in his body sounded out one notification after another. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 3. It leveled up. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and then moved again. Slowly, because he had not been discovered. His vigilance had relaxed a little. It was also because of this that he had not been discovered. He was noticed by the people in the Tyrannosaurus Rex formation. Suddenly, the aura suddenly changed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex on the battlefield received the order and immediately retreated crazily. The Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Tyrannosaurus Rex camp wanted to chase after them, but they also received the order and instantly retreated. At this moment, Luo Tian's face darkened. Looks like I've been discovered. However, his movements did not stop at all as he directly leaped into the air and roared. 10,000 Thunder Blast! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 10,000 lightning bolts fell, directly covering the entire plains. 1. Even if Luo Tian did not make a move, these demon beasts would still die from the injuries on their bodies. Luo Tian only needed to hit them once, and after they died, all their experience would be taken by Luo Tian. Human! The people in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's direction shouted. Luo Tian landed from the sky and looked over. Seeing that the clothes on that person were somewhat familiar, he could not help but be startled. Ancestor of Mount Hua! Suddenly, that person's expression instantly changed, becoming serious. His gaze tensed up and then landed in front of Luo Tian. The scepter in his hand suddenly shook, his eyes staring straight at Luo Tian, as if he wanted to see through Luo Tian, and asked in a low voice, "You are from Mount Hua Immortal Sect?" Yes. Luo Tian did not hesitate. Feeling the aura on that person's body, his heart was shocked. An aura that is even stronger than Taoist Master Tiansu's. Could it be the profound God realm? 10 profound Emperor realm ancestors entered the ancient battlefield, and only one escaped. Could it be that the other 9 did not die? F***CK. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Old Cow's family still has 7 mu of fields, and the late rice can only be harvested in a few days. I should have nothing to do tomorrow afternoon, so I have decided to release 5 chapters tomorrow. At the same time, I will ask for your votes. Those who have monthly votes, please support me. I am about 60 votes away from the previous book. If I can make it explode, there will be 5 chapters released every day for 3 days this week. Chapter 609, An Ancestor of Huashan. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's brain short-circuited. He was not clear about the past of the Huashan immortal sect and had only heard about the primordial battlefield from Sushan. Once, 10 mystic emperor elders entered the primordial battlefield, and only one escaped. Not long after, he died and left his last words that he must never enter the primordial battlefield again. After tens of thousands of years, the primordial battlefield was almost forgotten. As for the 9 elders inside, they had long been forgotten. Everyone thought that they were dead. Luo Tian was the same. When he suddenly saw an ancestor of Huashan, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. He was rather excited. Hearing Luo Tian's reply, that person looked a little puzzled. He glanced at Luo Tian's chest and could not help but ask, "You said that you are a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, but you are not wearing the Huashan immortal sect's uniform." In the Huashan immortal sect, whether it is a disciple or an elder, or even the sect leader, there is the Huashan immortal sect logo on their chest. You don't. Huh. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't. The Huashan immortal sect has never seen me as a disciple. I only came here because I was chased by the Grand Elder. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The Huashan immortal sect is no longer the Huashan immortal sect of the past. It is rotten to the core and can't even keep its position as an immortal sect. The current Huashan immortal sect will be divided by the other immortal sects in less than a year." What? That person's expression suddenly became angry. An unbelievable aura burst out from his body. Luo Tian's body could not withstand it and was instantly pushed back. That aura was not directed at him, but his mind and mind were strongly impacted. He secretly clicked his tongue. What a strong aura! This aura is even stronger than Taoist, heavenly void. Could it really be a mystic god expert? Back then, the Huashan immortal sect was the leader of all the immortal sects. It was the strongest immortal sect. Even if the other 9 immortal sects joined forces, they were still no match for us. Who would have thought that in tens of thousands of years it would wither to this extent? Almost us. Almost us. That person's eyes were a little wet, revealing a pained expression. Luo Tian could not help but ask, "Seniors, you guys have survived here. How are you going to fight on behalf of these demonic beasts? Also, those over there should be seniors from the Huashan immortal sect, right? Why are you guys fighting nonstop? They must be fellow disciples. In the primordial battlefield, they should have been united. Why were they still fighting each other?" That person's eyes darkened. He raised his head and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "We had no choice. Our lives were not in our own control. They were controlled by him." While speaking, he pointed at the waning moon in the sky, and his expression immediately fell. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Luo Tian's heart sank. As expected. Then Luo Tian asked again, "Senior, have you ever thought of going out?" "Go out?" The old man smiled bitterly. His expression became even more powerless as he said, "If it weren't for the 10 of us working together to buy some time for first senior brother to escape, we wouldn't have been able to leave at all. Little brother, now that you've entered the primordial battlefield, you can forget about going out. He has already absorbed the 4 cardinal blood and the heavenly dragon pearl that you used. His cultivation level will improve again in a month. Even if all the demonic beasts in the primordial battlefield join forces, they won't be able to kill him. The old man looked at Luo Tian and questioned, "Didn't eldest senior brother leave behind instructions for you guys to never come in?" The 4 cardinal blood was already difficult to obtain in their era, and it was even more difficult tens of thousands of years later. Since Luo Tian had obtained these things, he naturally knew about the situation in the primordial battlefield. Hence, he was puzzled that he still came down here. "Can't go out?" Luo Tian's expression suddenly froze. The old man laughed bitterly. "Not only can you not afford it, but he will also come looking for you after refining the 4 cardinal blood and the heavenly dragon pearl. You will also become his slave. When the time comes, you will lead a wave of demonic beasts to kill him and provide him with endless killing intent." Sai, the primordial battlefield. It was ruled by him alone. Once you entered, you could forget about going out. You could either become his slave or die. Luo Tian had thought that there would be a powerful boss inside, but he had also thought that it would be some kind of powerful, demonic beast. He had never thought that there would be people inside the primordial battlefield. Even more unexpected was that the boss would be the 7 luminaries' divine moon devil lord. Luo Tian did not believe it. He asked in a low voice, "Is there no other way?" The old man said, "For tens of thousands of years, we have searched every corner of the primordial battlefield, but to no avail. The aura, power, demonic beasts, and even the grass and trees here are all from the primordial world. We can't break through the 100-fold gravity space with just our strength. We have tried everything we can. There is only one thing we haven't tried." Luo Tian looked up and immediately asked, "What is it?" "Kill him." When the old man said those 3 words, a thick killing intent surged from his body. However, before he could finish speaking, the killing intent evaporated from his body and was absorbed by the waning moon in the sky. Not a trace of it was left. Immediately, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "Did you see that? We can't use any killing intent at all. Our power has been sealed by him, so we can't surpass the profound God realm. Even if I join forces with the other brothers, we won't be a match for him." If they could kill him by joining forces, they would have tried long ago. For all these years, they could not even die. They were like puppets that were being controlled. Every day, they led the demonic beasts to fight for him and accumulate killing intent for him. For all these years, there was not a moment when they did not want to kill the 7 luminaries' divine moon devil lord. However, they were too weak. Without the profound God realm, they could forget about it. The old man fell silent. Luo Tian fell silent as well. If even they were no match for him, then he was even less likely to be a match for him. However, Luo Tian had to go out. Yunling and Yun were waiting for him. Fatty, Xian Yuanyi, Blind Lu, and Chun Chun and the others were waiting for him. Li Shuer was waiting for him. No matter what, Luo Tian had to go out. Suddenly, Luo Tian thought of a very important skill: teleportation. In the hot-blooded legend, this skill could be used in any map and any place. Moreover, once used, he would be sent flying and fall outside. Would it be useful here? Luo Tian immediately opened the system. When he was about to use teleportation at the completion stage, he suddenly realized, "Ding, this map cannot be used. F***CK. He's forcing my hand." Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. His last hope had been destroyed. There was only one way left. At this moment, the half-dead ancient demonic beasts on the battlefield had all died. All the experience went to Luo Tian alone. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: Profound God Realm Level 4. Luo Tian's lips turned cold. He looked up and said sinisterly, "Then let's kill the heavens." He was 15 votes away from being able to insert the chrysanthemum at the top. Brothers, let's go. Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Chapter 610. Since there was no other way, he could only kill. Luo Tian was a stubborn person. As long as he made a decision, He would continue regardless of the consequences. He would not back down even if it meant death. Here, everything was possible for Luo Tian. This was his heaven. However, his time was too limited, and he couldn't let go of Yun Lingyi and Yun Yi. Han Hua and Zhao Qin were both in danger because of him. No matter what, Luo Tian wouldn't let his woman suffer anymore. He had to get out as soon as possible. It would be difficult for him to get out on his own. He needed help. The ancestors of Mount Hua were beast tamers. They could control these ancient beasts. As long as he cooperated with him, it would not be difficult to kill all the ancient beasts here and level up to the abstruse god realm. It would also save him a lot of time. The key was whether they would cooperate or not. Luo Tian asked without hesitation, "Senior, do you want to get out?" The old man looked at Luo Tian and laughed helplessly. "You can't get out. Little brother, before he pays attention to you, you should find a place to commit suicide. If you're alive, you should hide and never show your face again." Before the old man could finish, Luo Tian interrupted. "Senior, I only have one question. Do you want to get out?" It was impolite to interrupt someone. However, Luo Tian could not care less. Tens of thousands of years had worn away their sharpness. In the ancient world, they no longer had the fighting spirit of tens of thousands of years ago. Luo Tian also understood. But if Luo Tian wanted to quickly break through, he would need their help. It was just as the old man said. The Seven Brilliance demon lord was refining the blood and the heavenly dragon pearl. He did not have time to care about Luo Tian. This was his best chance. If he was discovered, Luo Tian would have no chance at all. The old man was a little displeased by Luo Tian's question. After all, he was an ancestor of Mount Hua. Being questioned by a brat who could not even make a name for himself in the Mount Hua immortal sect naturally made him angry. He said in a low voice, "Don't." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian interrupted him for the second time. "Just answer me yes or no. Don't say that I'm overestimating myself. As long as you want to, I have a way." The old man was really angry now. He shouted yes. "Kid, I'd like to see what you can do. The Seven Brilliance Demon Sovereign is the ruler of this place. Everything is under his control. I've checked your body just now. Your dantian is shattered. Cultivating is already a huge problem. It's even more impossible for you to achieve a breakthrough here. However, I don't know how you reached the profound Dominator realm. There's no way you can kill the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor here no matter how strong you are. I advise you to give up." Luo Tian chuckled and didn't try to defend himself. "Senior, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The old man asked. "What are we betting on?" Luo Tian said, "Bet if I can break through to the Fifth Order Profound Sovereign Realm in 6 hours." The old man's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but laugh. Without waiting for him to speak, the beast tamer from the violent dragon faction also walked up. "Who's the one who dares to say that he can break through to the Fifth Order Profound Sovereign Realm in 6 hours? Do you think the Profound Sovereign Realm is like a cabbage on the street? Even if it's a cabbage on the street, you won't be able to buy it here. This is the primordial battlefield. Everything is under the Seven Brilliance Demon Sovereign's control. You want to break through here? I think you're really daydreaming. Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Hurry up and start fighting again. If we can't complete the mission today, we'll be in for it tomorrow." The violent dragon elder glanced coldly at Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with disdain. No matter how talented a person was, it was impossible to break through to the profound sovereign realm in 6 hours. It was impossible. It was like a fantasy story. No one would believe it. The violent dragon elder was the same. "Kid, is there any point in boasting in front of us? Do you think we don't know how the profound sovereign realm is cultivated? No matter how talented you are, you won't be able to break through in 10 years. It's even more impossible here. This place is basically the same as the primordial world. The warriors of the profound sky continent can't control the primordial aura at all. Absorbing the primordial aura will only cause endless damage to the body. Luo Tian sneered. He looked at the violent dragon elder, then at the violent dragon elder and said, "Do you dare to bet with me? Impudent! Kid, who do you think you are? Even the patriarch of Mount Hua wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're a disciple of the Mount Hua immortal sect. Even if you're the current sect master of Mount Hua, I'll still kill you if you provoke me." The violent dragon elder had a bad temper. He scolded in a deep voice. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. "Senior, I'll ask you again. Do you dare to bet with me? If you win, you'll listen to me, and I promise to bring you out. If you lose, I'll leave without saying a word. I won't waste my breath on you again. You." The violent dragon elder was enraged. The violent dragon elder was calmer. He also wanted to see how Luo Tian broke through his broken dantian. He said, "Little brother, I agree. How do you want to bet? I'll cooperate with any conditions." "Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on this kid? He's a martial artist with a broken dantian and no bloodline talent. He's a complete piece of trash. I really don't know how someone like him passed the Mount Hua Immortal Sect's disciple test. Is the Mount Hua Immortal Sect in such dire straits? Does it accept everyone?" The violent dragon elder was very displeased. He had a fiery temper. In the Mount Hua Immortal Sect, he was known as the Raging Flame's spiritual master. He said whatever he wanted to say. The violent dragon elder was known as the Heavenly with spiritual master. Luo Tian didn't mind. He said, "You guys can do the same thing as before. Violent dragons and violent dragons can kill each other. If possible, I hope you guys can stop them from attacking me. If not, it's fine." Kid, what are you trying to do?" yelled the Raging Flame's spiritual master. Elder Tianmu said, "All right, we'll do as you say. Junior brother, use your will to control these beasts and stop them from attacking this young man." He also wanted to know what Luo Tian was trying to do. No matter how dire the Mount Hua Immortal Sect was, they wouldn't accept a disciple with a broken dantian and no bloodline talent. Besides, the fact that he was able to get the 4 directions blood and the heavenly dragon orb was enough to prove that he was special. In addition to that, there was no way he could break through to the mystic dominator realm with a broken dantian. It was even more impossible for him to achieve such a high cultivation before the age of 20. None of this was possible. Maybe he could really save him. The thought suddenly crossed Daoist Skywood's mind. However, he quickly dismissed the thought with a self-mocking smile. No one would be able to save them. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was just too strong. He had the 7 moons, the 7 kills. No one could kill him. 11 votes left. Brothers, kill him. Chapter 611. Daoist Skywood had seen the power of the 7 kills of the 7th month. He had never seen such power before. Only 5 of the 9 remained. The other 4 had been killed by the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign using the power of the 7 kills of the 7th month. They had only seen it once. However, they did not want to see it a second time in their lives. That kind of power terrified them. He did not bet with Luo Tian because he believed that Luo Tian could kill the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign. He simply wanted to know how Luo Tian broke through. 6 hours was even more ridiculous than a fairy tale. It was impossible. Daoist Lian glared and said unhappily, "Senior brother, why are you betting with him? Do you think it's possible to break through in 6 hours? It's impossible. I suspect that the kid is playing with us." Daoist Skywood smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if he's a disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Just the fact that he's the first person to come down in tens of thousands of years is enough for us to treat him well. It's also good for us to understand what the outside world has become. If the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign doesn't care about him, it means that he's no threat to the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign. Let's wait and see. Junior brother, go and prepare." Just like before, Keep killing and use the killing to generate killing intent. Although the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign is refining the blood and energy of the heavenly dragon pearl, he still needs to satisfy the 7 moons in the sky. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences. While they were talking, Taoist Lian was filled with anger as he landed on another mountain and yelled, "Kid, if you dare to play with me, I'll make you pay the price." Luo Tian did not want to waste any time. He had consumed the triple experience pill, and time was experience. He immediately said, "Seniors, hurry up. Don't waste any more time. I'll break through to the 4th level profound sovereign realm in 6 hours. Listen to me, and I'll find a way to save everyone." 6 hours. Very little. Luo Tian's experience to level up was a long string of zeros. It was enough to count. However, Luo Tian had to do it. He had to do it no matter what. This was a crucial step. He had to let Taoist Skywood and the others know how powerful he was. Then he would gather all the beasts in the primordial battlefield for himself. This way, the speed of leveling up was unimaginable. Their cultivation was sealed below the abstruse god realm. In other words, they would be able to fight the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor once they reached the abstruse god realm. Luo Tian was still 6 levels away from the profound god realm. He had to break through. Brat, I want to see how you're going to break through to the 5th order profound sovereign realm. Reverend Inferno was infuriated. He didn't think much of Luo Tian, but since he had made a promise to Elder Brother Heavenwood, he cooperated. He waved his scepter and let out a strange cry. The eyes of the Tyrannosaurus behind him suddenly turned blood red. The most primitive and savage aura burst forth from his body. His body constantly emitted deep explosive sounds. Following Venerable Lian's command, the Tyrannosaurus Legion charged down the mountain in a frenzy. It was the same on the other side. He also charged forward arrogantly, not caring about his own life. At the same time, Luo Tian was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he stood at the edge of the battlefield and summoned his 5 battle pets. They were all at the 5th rank. Each of them should be able to fend off 8 enemies at the same time. It was time for them to level up. Once they reached the 7th rank, their strength would be even more ferocious. Reverend Heavenwood's expression changed slightly. Looking at the 5 beasts beside Luo Tian, he asked himself, "This brat knows the beast-taming technique." Reverend Inferno was also secretly surprised. I didn't expect him to also practice the beast-taming technique. It seems like he's from the beast-taming hall. But his beast-taming technique is not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control 5 ancient beasts. On the battlefield, constant attacks, constant bursts. After the first wave of attacks, Luo Tian instantly charged forward. Under the control of his mind, the 5 battle pets specifically picked the injured beasts and ruthlessly ravaged them, killing them without holding back. Under the blood-red moonlight, the Tang saber in Luo Tian's hand transformed into a blood-red phantom. It danced unceasingly like a dance of death. Every time he attacked, it was an instant kill. Suddenly, a system notification rang out within his body. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tyrannosaurus Rex. Reward: 150,000 experience points, 500,000 mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Tyrannosaurus Rex blood essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Tyrannosaurus Rex bones. Apart from the blood essence and bones, there was nothing else. However, that alone was enough. He kept the blood essence for the fatty and the bones to refine the Xian weapon for Two Balls, the glutton. Their breakthroughs were a bit abnormal like Luo Tian's. They were not controlled by any force at all. They just needed to keep swallowing blood essence and Xian weapons. What is that brat doing? Making a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. If he wants to make a breakthrough in the middle of a battle, he shouldn't pick the injured beasts to kill. How can he make a breakthrough by picking the weak ones? What a joke! Reverend Inferno couldn't understand Luo Tian, but he was even more certain that Luo Tian couldn't make a breakthrough. At this rate, not to mention 3 hours, even 30 years wouldn't be enough. Reverend Heavenwood was the same. He couldn't understand what Luo Tian was doing. Cultivate. In the profound sky continent, there was only one way. Absorb the profound chi of heaven and earth. Temper the body, stimulate the potential in the body, and continuously nurture the body, sea of consciousness, mind, and destroy them with force. Only then would one be able to reach a new realm. Every breakthrough required a long time. Furthermore, once one encountered a bottleneck, it would take an even longer time and opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through for the rest of one's life. In the profound sky continent, every martial artist cultivated like this. Reverend Heavenwood and Reverend Inferno had also cultivated like this. Seeing Luo Tian continuously killing demonic beasts, they were dumbfounded. If he could break through like this, then he would really see a ghost. Even the experts of the Devil's sect couldn't break through by killing. They couldn't understand at all. Looking at Luo Tian's serious expression, Reverend Heavenwood didn't want to interrupt. However, Reverend Inferno's expression was one of disdain. He thought that he had been tricked by Luo Tian and was extremely unhappy. He said in a deep voice, "Brat, you dare to trick me?" Suddenly, with a thought from Reverend Inferno, some tyrannosauruses suddenly attacked Luo Tian. Luo Tian had been prepared. He controlled the 5 battle pets with his mind and pushed back the tyrannosauruses. They were all 7th rank battle pets and could completely protect Luo Tian on this battlefield. Luo Tian didn't bother to bicker with Reverend Inferno. The more people looked down on him, the more he would slap them in the face. Kill. The Tang saber transformed into a series of phantoms. The saber chi was like a crescent moon as it slashed down heavily. Ding, ding, ding. The system rang. Luo Tian watched as the experience bar filled up bit by bit. Time was also passing by. Ha ha ha. It's in so good. Brothers, you are the strongest. There's still chrysanthemums in front of you. You are still 20 votes away. Can you have a threesome today? 5 chapters today. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. 5 chapters will be released tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 612. Time is almost up. Brat, I think you're dead for sure this time. Spiritual Master Raging Flame coldly snorted. He was now more and more sure that Luo Tian was playing with them. Before he could finish his words, all of a sudden, the Tang blade in Luo Tian's hand fiercely slashed down and suddenly roared out, "Break for me!" Buzz. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tyrannosaurus Rex for obtaining 150,000 experience and 500,000 profound chi for killing it. Congratulations, player! Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 5. He leveled up. Time passed by so quickly. At this moment, Spiritual Master Raging Flame's expression froze, slowly contorted, and then his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. His eyes bulged as he stared straight at Luo Tian and muttered to himself, How? How did you suddenly break through? There's no reason. Spiritual Master Skywood's brows twitched as he carefully sensed it. The aura on Luo Tian's body was much more intense than before, and this kind of aura could not be concealed. Without a doubt, Luo Tian had broken through. In less than 6 hours, he had actually broken through. This, for a moment, the 2 old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years were dumbfounded. Could it be that he was out of date? Or could it be that the outside world was already different? Could it be that killing demon beasts could break through? The Devil's Sect experts could only rely on killing people to break through. There was no way to explain it. At the same time, the 2 of them urgently wanted to know, So at this moment, the two demon beasts crazily retreated under their control. Two voices instantly fell on Luo Tian's left and right sides. Spiritual Master Raging Flame suddenly asked, "Brat, how did you break through?" There was no longer any disdain or ridicule in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of admiration. This was how he was. Hate was hate. Everything was shown on his face, and he would not hide anything. Spiritual Master Skywood also asked anxiously, "Did you cultivate some kind of sacred art? You can break through by killing these demon beasts? Otherwise, you didn't sense any aura in the past 6 hours, and there were no changes in your body. Whether it was your physical body or your sea of consciousness, your mind had a breakthrough in that instant. This is definitely not an epiphany, and it can't possibly be one." From the very beginning, he had been paying close attention to everything about Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Senior, do you believe me?" "Huh. Of course I do. What's there to not believe? You broke through in 6 hours. What's there to not believe?" The Raging Flame Reverend was the first to speak. He now felt that Luo Tian was too interesting. He grinned and laughed heartily. He put a hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and said, "Brother, just say what you want to say." Spiritual Master Skywood nodded and said, "I believe you. Go ahead." Luo Tian clenched his fist and asked again, "How many demonic beasts were there in the primordial battlefield?" He wanted to know. As long as there were enough demonic beasts, Luo Tian could break through. When Luo Tian broke through to the Fifth Order Mystic Emperor realm, the T-Rex and Tyrannical Dragon's experience points dropped to 3 million. Because of the sudden drop in experience points, Luo Tian would need to kill even more demonic beasts to level up. Spiritual Master Skywood was stunned. He didn't expect Luo Tian to ask such a question. The Raging Flame Reverend laughed and said, "In the primordial battlefield, other than us 5 old farts and the 7 crescent moons in the sky, the rest are all demonic beasts. I really can't tell you how many demonic beasts there are. There should be at least a few billion, right?" The primordial battlefield was too big. Even they couldn't calculate all the demonic beasts. A few billion? That should be enough. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that there wouldn't be many demonic beasts to kill. He then laughed excitedly and said, "Seniors, I won't hide anything. I can break through by killing these demonic beasts. The more I kill, the faster I can break through. I was forced to enter the primordial battlefield, so I must return as soon as possible. My brothers and friends are still waiting to be rescued. Moreover, I want to rebuild the Huashan Immortal Sect and make it rise again." Here came the crux of the problem. Luo Tian asked seriously, "Seniors, can you cooperate with me? I want to kill the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign." Rumble. A series of muffled sounds of thunder came from the sky. The dark red sky looked even more bloody. Luo Tian's words seemed to have angered some kind of god. The murderous intent in the surroundings turned into a sea of murderous intent that crushed everything in its path. Spiritual Master Skywood and Spiritual Master Lian's expressions changed at the same time. The auras of the 2 old men instantly erupted, enveloping Luo Tian's aura. Then they frowned. Cold sweat oozed out of their palms, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He could sense the anxiety in the hearts of the 2 old men. He remained motionless. Half a minute passed. The thunder in the sky disappeared, and the dark red sky returned to its previous state. "Phew! Phew!" the 2 panted heavily. Spiritual Master Lian's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the waning moon in the sky and said, "Mother asterisk her, I'll kill you with my own hands one day." Spiritual Master Skywood looked at Luo Tian and said, "That was the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereigns patrolling consciousness. If he finds out that you're with us, the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign won't leave you alone. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back first." Spiritual Master Lion added, "Yeah, let's discuss this with the other senior brothers." "But, kid, what did you just say?" Luo Tian repeated, "I'm going to kill the 7 brilliance, demon sovereign. I'm going out." "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant tone. But I like it. I did look down on you earlier, but now you're my brother, ha ha ha." Spiritual Master Lion patted Luo Tian's shoulder like an old child, sincerely treating Luo Tian as a brother. Luo Tian burst out laughing. The three of them flew together. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a cave abode. The cave abode was very simple. There was a stone table and 5 round stools. Seeing Spiritual Master Skywood and Spiritual Master Lion return, the other 3 were slightly surprised and walked out. The leader asked, "Aren't you guys supposed to control those beasts to kill each other and condense killing intent?" "Huh. He's the one who entered the ancient battlefield today. He came down to die. Sigh, kid, you're so young. The 7 brilliance, demon sovereign, probably won't like you. You won't live for long." The 3 of them looked at Luo Tian and casually exchanged a few words. Spiritual Master Skywood introduced, "This is Spiritual Master Spiritual Earth, Spiritual Master Spiritual Water, and Spiritual Master Spiritual Gold. You saw Spiritual Master Spiritual Fire just now. We are the 5 elemental ancestors of the Huashan Immortal Sect. They control the Stegosaurus army, the Winged Dragon army, and the Velociraptor army. These are the 5 great beasts of the ancient battlefield. Junior brothers," Spiritual Master Skywood said solemnly, "he can take us out. 12 votes away. The tender chrysanthemum is right in front of us. Brothers, put up your bayonets and stab them until they bleed." Chapter 613. Who were the 5 spirit ancestors? They were the personal disciples of the Patriarch of Mount Hua. After the Patriarch ascended, they were in charge of the 10 great halls of the Mount Hua Immortal Sect. The 5 spirit ancestors had stepped into the mystic sovereign realm when they were only 100 years old. The Patriarch of Mount Hua had once said that they would one day break through to the mystic sovereign realm and ascend to a higher and more powerful plane. Unexpectedly, they had been trapped in the primordial battlefield for tens of thousands of years. Among the 5 of them, Daoist Jinling was the eldest senior brother. Daoist Jinling was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. He said, "Junior brother, what did you say? What can he bring us?" Daoist Lai Yin said excitedly, "This little brother said that he can bring us out." "Eldest senior brother, you don't know he bring us out?" "Him?" Reverend Jinling immediately interrupted Reverend Lai Yin and said, "You all know how strong the 7 brilliance demon sovereign is. You all know how strong he is. We weren't his match even when we joined forces, and he even sealed our powers. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, it's easy to imagine how strong he's become. How can a 5th level profound sovereign bring us out? I think you've gone crazy from wanting to get out." "That's right. Second senior brother, there's only one way to get out, and that is to kill the 7 brilliance demon sovereign. We're no match for him, but he's a match for him. Stop joking around. The 7 brilliance demon sovereign didn't even pay attention to him after he entered the primordial battlefield. He's completely disregarded." Daoist Lai Yin immediately said, "Eldest senior brother, junior brother, don't be hasty. I'm not done yet. Oh right, little brother, what's your name?" Luo Tian replied, "Luo Tian." Daoist Lai Yin continued, "You have no idea how strong this brother Luo is. The 7 brilliance demon sovereign needs us to condense the killing intent of beasts for him to strengthen himself. But do you know what brother Luo used to break through? Killing beasts. Killing beasts to break through. 6 hours. Venerable Lai Yin was extremely excited. He said he only used 6 hours to break through from the 4th level to the 5th level. Even our master can't do that, let alone us. The 7 brilliance demon monarch thinks his cultivation speed is fast, but he's nothing compared to brother Luo. breaking through to the fifth order profound sovereign realm in 6 hours. Junior brother, are you joking? That's impossible. I don't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Although we have been in the primordial battlefield for tens of thousands of years, we are not that muddle-headed. It would take at least a few years for a fourth order profound emperor to break through to the fifth order profound emperor. I don't believe it. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. The raging flame, immortal, didn't believe it at first. Even now, he was a little confused and couldn't react for a while. However, he believed in Luo Tian. The more he looked at Luo Tian, the more he felt that he was unusually calm. It was impossible for him to say such things. Venerable Jinling looked at Venerable Skywood. Venerable Skywood nodded and said, "That's true. He did break through from the fourth order profound sovereign realm to the fifth order profound sovereign realm in less than 6 hours. Senior brother, this might be our last chance. We don't have much time left. If we can't break through, we only have less than a year left. Instead of waiting for death here, why don't we?" Venerable Jinling didn't really believe Venerable Ian's words, but he didn't doubt Venerable Skywood's words. Venerable Skywood was the calmest among the 5 of them. Venerable Jinling fell silent after hearing his words. Venerable Skywood was looking at him. The other 3 were also looking at him. Luo Tian was also looking at him. He had only said one sentence since the beginning, and then he stood silently to the side. His heart was tense. If Venerable Jinling wasn't willing to take the risk to help him, he wouldn't be able to succeed. The 5 of them would have to work together to make it out of this place alive. If Luo Tian were to kill all of them, then the experience and leveling speed would definitely be like sitting on a rocket. In a very short period of time, he would be able to break through the profound God realm. Luo Tian was very anxious. If something happened to Yunling and Yun-Yi, he really wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Every time he thought of them crying, Luo Tian's heart would ache. He had to get back as soon as possible. The cave fell silent. A second felt like a year. Finally, Venerable Lian couldn't wait any longer. He said anxiously, "Senior brother, we don't have much time left. Let's just fight. We won't be able to escape death anyway. Instead of dying of old age, why don't we fight the 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign one more time? I don't believe we can't win." Venerable Skywood chimed in, "Senior brother, this might be our only chance." Their lifespan increased with their cultivation. They hadn't broken through for tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a peak, profound God realm cultivator was about to reach its end. They would all die in less than a year. Venerable Jinling raised his gaze and looked at Luo Tian. He said, "You really can break through to the 5th stage profound God realm in 6 hours?" Luo Tian nodded. He was very excited, but his expression was unusually calm. He said yes. Venerable Jinling clenched his fists. He said, "If you have enough beasts, how long will it take you to break through to the profound God realm? We don't have much time. The 7 Brilliance Demon Sovereign will come looking for you after refining the blood and Sky Dragon Pearl. If you haven't broken through to the profound God realm by then, you will definitely die." Luo Tian asked, "How long until he comes looking for me?" Venerable Jinling said, "Half a month at most." Luo Tian frowned. Half a month was too short. It only took 6 hours to break through from the 4th stage, Profound God Realm, to the 5th stage, Profound God Realm. However, the experience required to break through to the 6th stage, Profound God Realm, was 3 times more. Moreover, the ancient beast's experience had decreased by 2 million. It would take too long for him to break through to the Profound God Realm. If there was someone to help him at this time, Luo Tian looked at the 5 people and said, "Seniors, do you have any divine artifacts or magical treasures? The more the better. What do you want them for?" All of a sudden, Luo Tian was stunned. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I'm so stupid. The ancestors of Mount Hua are all here. Why would I need divine artifacts or magical treasures? He wanted to use divine artifacts or magical treasures to help Dan break through the seal. However, he forgot that these ancestors were the old ancestors' disciples. They must have cultivated the grand heaven-sealing art. He asked, Seniors, have you cultivated the grand heaven-sealing art created by the old ancestor? Grand heaven-sealing art? This is the emperor technique created by our master. Naturally, we have cultivated it. I thought it was something big. The 5 of us have all cultivated it before. Back then, we also participated in sealing the demon clan. Luo Tian laughed and said excitedly, Dan, you're saved. The 5th chapter arrived. Awesome. This is too awesome. This is too awesome. 2 consecutive explosions, haha. I'm 20 votes away from the chrysanthemum in front. Can I still explode? If it's 3 consecutive explosions, this time when Luo Tian goes out, I'll let him and the 2 sisters fly. Whether or not they can fly will depend on you guys. Chapter 614. Luo Tian's expression was as if he had seen a post on a telephone pole saying, "An old Chinese doctor dominates difficult and complicated diseases, including yang." It was like an advertisement for premature ejaculation, rotten chrysanthemum. In an instant, he felt that everything was so beautiful. 2 balls, your illness can be cured. Luo Tian almost cried out in alarm. In the distance, 2 balls chewed on the profound weapon refined by Luo Tian and sneezed continuously. Achoo, achoo, achoo! He was beaten to death, and a large amount of saliva came out of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, who is cursing me? It must not be a good thing." The ancestors of the 5 great Mount Hua. They controlled the 5 types of demon beasts on the ancient battlefield, gathered them together, and made them kill each other. All heaven would just sit back and reap the benefits. If he was alone, his leveling speed would be much slower. However, with 2 balls it would be different. The cultivation of these demon beasts were all below the peak of profound emperor. It was too easy for 2 balls to kill them. With a weapon like 2 balls, everything would be much easier. Immediately, Luo Tian said, "Senior, can you help me save someone?" Jinling Jinren could not help but ask, "Didn't you come in alone? Is there anyone else?" Luo Tian said, "To be exact, he shouldn't be considered a human, but a dragon." Dragon. The 5 of them were instantly stunned. Half an hour later, the 5 of them stood in front of 2 balls. They were all rubbing their hands, their faces filled with excitement. They were so excited that their expressions were a little wretched, and saliva flowed out of their mouths. Dragon, it's really a dragon. It's not those lizard dragons of the Sky God clan, but a true descendant of the dragon god. I never thought that there would be a descendant of the dragon god in the profound sky continent. Back then, Master traveled to several planes to see a true dragon. He didn't see it, but he didn't expect to see it in this plane. Ha ha ha! Look at the scales on his body. They are all golden and have 8 claws. This must be a high-level dragon god in the dragon god clan. An 8-clawed golden dragon is too amazing. The divine beast that only exists in legends is actually in front of us. Look at how cute it is, ha ha ha. Brother Luo, how did you get him? This is good stuff. His blood, his flesh, his consciousness, everything can make anyone break through quickly. Once the dragon god's bloodline is fused, TSK, that's a pretty amazing bloodline. In the entire profound sky continent, no one can compare to this kind of bloodline power. Dan looked at the 5 crazy old men. He couldn't help but tremble. BB boss, who are they? You won't eat me, right? Hey, I say, 5 old men, do you want to eat me? Do you believe that I can break your old bones in a matter of minutes? I'm very powerful. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Don't try to be brave. I've already told them about your strength being sealed. *CK. Boss, you betrayed me. You're too ruthless." Dan's expression changed, and he immediately put on a fawning expression and said with a smile, Grandpa, how are you? My flesh doesn't taste good at all, and my blood tastes worse than urine. I'm so cute, can you bear to eat me? Ha ha ha, ha ha. The five of them laughed at the same time. Enlightened Master Jinling was the first to speak. Let's not waste time. The seven brilliance, demon, sovereign might appear at any time. Brother Luo, our lives are in your hands. It's up to you whether you can get us out. The five of them looked at Luo Tian at the same time. Their eyes were burning. This was really their last hope. If they couldn't get out, they would also die. Luo Tian nodded heavily and said, I will do my best to get you out. Since he had said it, he had to do it. Luo Tian had always been like that. It was impossible for him to get out without the help of the five of them. Enlightened Master Jinling smiled and said, All right. Then his glabella twitched, and a strange power appeared on his right palm. This power carried the extremely dense aura of the mystic Tharch. He gently touched Dan's glabella. Dan's body shrunk slightly. At this moment, the seal in his body quickly disappeared and his strength recovered. His aura became abnormally heavy and fierce. He released his dragon breath bit by bit, and the area within 100 kilometers was enveloped by the dragon breath. It was very oppressive. Ha ha ha! Two balls laughed maniacally, and the sky suddenly exploded. The seven blood-colored crescent moons suddenly moved. At this moment, Luo Tian covered Dan's mouth with his hand and gave him a hard smack on the head. Don't be so arrogant. Do you believe it or not? If you continue to laugh, I'll be killed by you. Dan scratched his head with his claws and said with an aggrieved expression, I won't laugh. It hurts, it hurts. Enlightened Master Jinling and the others were also quite frightened. The seven crescent moons were controlled by the seven brilliance demon sovereign's will. Apart from absorbing and killing, they also monitored every movement in the primordial battlefield. Luo Tian let go. Dan stretched his body and said excitedly, Boss, I've recovered. I've completely recovered. Let's go out and I'll directly smash that old fart, heavenly oasis to death. Damn him, how dare he seal me. I won't let him go. Instantly, Dan was furious and wanted to immediately hang Enlightened Master Heavenly Oasis and beat him up. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, Hurry up and thank them. They are the ancestors of the Huashan immortal sect. If you go out and get sealed again, it won't be you who kills him. It will be him who pulls out your tendons and skin you. Huh. Dan was stunned and thought to himself, That's true. If I get sealed again, it'll be over. He looked at Enlightened Master Jinling and said with a smile, Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, can you teach me the great heaven sealing technique? As long as I cultivate well, if that old fart, heavenly oasis wants to seal me again, I'll definitely beat him until he's looking for shit to eat. Besides Dan, Luo Tian also wanted to cultivate. It was just that Luo Tian was different from the other warriors. All of his cultivation techniques could only be obtained through exploding or system rewards, and could not be cultivated through books. Taoist Jinling smiled faintly. Even if I wanted to, there's nothing I can do. This is an emperor technique that our master comprehended in order to fight against the devil sect. It's only suitable for humans to cultivate. Monsters, beasts, and other races can't cultivate it. Dan was a little depressed. Luo Tian said, Don't worry. Leave that old thief Heavenly Oasis to me. When we get out, we'll definitely cripple him. Right now, the most important thing is to break through. Following that, Luo Tian explained the leveling up plan in detail, and the five of them nodded their heads. Although they did not know how Luo Tian could kill demon beasts to level up, they still wanted to give it a try. This was their last chance. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the blood-red crescent moon. Yunling, Yun-Yi, I will come and save you soon. Old Cow only wanted to say one thing. It felt so good to explode last night. Brothers, you guys are too fierce. You guys are the real asterisk team. No, it should be the chrysanthemum team. You guys are too cool. When Luo Tian comes out, he will do something XXO, ha ha ha, brothers of the chrysanthemum insertion team. Yesterday they exploded 3 chrysanthemums. Can they still explode today? Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Chapter 615. Boom, boom, boom. On an even wider plane, most of the beasts of the ancient battlefield were gathered here. They were crazily fighting, crashing, and roaring. Their ferocious strength and speed wreaked havoc on the ground. It was a huge battlefield. It was too horrible to look at. While the wild beasts were fighting, 1 man, 1 dragon, and 5 7th-rank battle pets with dark blue names were crushing the wounded wild beasts. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind. In the distance, 5 people were standing on top of a mountain. The 5 elemental ancestors. Spiritual Master Jinling looked at Luo Tian among the beasts and mumbled, "Brother, can he really take us out of here?" He didn't believe it. He wasn't the only one. The other 4 didn't believe it either. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was too strong. He was able to crush the 10 of them tens of thousands of years ago. How strong had he become after tens of thousands of years? They didn't know, but they knew that he must have reached a terrifying level. Spiritual Master Skywood smiled faintly and didn't answer. Instead, he said softly, "It's good to be young. Senior brother, I see our younger selves in him. Impulsive, arrogant, and unparalleled. I'm so envious." Spiritual Master Jinling also smiled and said, "Yes." Spiritual Master Lian smiled and said, "Senior brother, I believe in him. This kid is extraordinary. He's the warrior with the most potential I've ever seen. I think even our master can't compare to his talent. Brother Luo, I believe in you. I want to go out and take a look. Even if I have to die immediately, it'll be good for me to see the outside world. Tens of thousands of years have passed. I wonder what the Huashan Immortal Sect has become." Master ascended and left the Tianqian continent to travel the world. I wonder how he's doing now. Back then he said that he would break through to the mystic Tharch realm together in 1,000 years to find him. Now, the 5 old men reminisced about the past. Sometimes they laughed, sometimes they teared up. Their ambitions and aspirations had been slowly forgotten over the course of tens of thousands of years. But now, their hearts began to throb because they could see their youthful selves in Luo Tian. That kind of drive. Not long after, Taoist Jinling made a decision. "Junior brothers, no matter what, if we can't get out this time, we have to send him out. Master's Mount Hua Immortal School can't be destroyed like this. This brat is indeed not simple. Moreover, he has the same aura as Master, an unyielding heart." Adept Skywood immediately said, "I agree. For the Huashan Immortal Sect to be reduced to such a state, we have to bear the responsibility. If we didn't stubbornly enter the ancient battlefield, the Huashan Immortal Sect wouldn't have fallen to such a state. No matter what, we cannot allow the Huashan Immortal Sect to perish. We can't save her. I believe in this brat's ability." The 5 of them nodded heavily at the same time. "Kill. Erden. Use all the strength you used to eat magical treasures." Luo Tian roared, the Tang saber in his hand madly chopped. After a few hours, the Tang saber in his hand had broken several times. His arms were numb, his body was covered in blood, and his clothes were soaked. It was already difficult to walk in the primordial battlefield where gravity was 100 times stronger than normal. Such a frenzied slaughter was extremely exhausting. Luo Tian's stamina was also madly overdraft. At this moment, the hidden potential in his body was being stimulated bit by bit. This might be the last time he crazily leveled up. If he could successfully walk out of the primordial battlefield, he would immediately have to face the reorganization of the Huashan Immortal Sect, followed by the Immortal Sect Disciple Competition. This was the key to the rise of the Huashan Immortal Sect. He had promised Tao Sovereign Wunyan, so he would definitely do it. In a few months, it would be Li Shuer's wedding day. He would have to face more on Wanjian. The 10 great immortal sects, Skybreak City, and the mysterious soul hull that wasn't any weaker than the 10 great immortal sects. The pressure on Luo Tian's body was too great. For Li Shuer, for his woman, Luo Tian would risk his life. All of these didn't give him any time to rest. He could only continue to kill, level up, and improve himself. He wanted to make himself extremely strong, so strong that no one could shake him. 2 balls replied, and the dragon aura on his body pressed down, causing the heads of the injured beasts to explode. He said solemnly, "Boss, I even used the power to poop." "Faster. Fiercer. We don't have much time left. If we don't get out quickly, Yun Ling and Yun Yi's lives will be in danger." Luo Tian was most worried about these 2 sisters. Once Sage Tian Su knew that he couldn't get out of the primordial battlefield, Yun Ling and Yun Yi would be of no use to him. At that time, they would be in danger. So, Luo Tian had to get out as soon as possible. Dan's eyes moved, and he giggled. "Boss, are you talking about the 2 beautiful sisters who cried for you? Wow, boss, you are too ferocious. You can have 2 sisters crying for you. Wow, boss. When are you going to get me a dragon sister?" "Scram." Luo Tian glared at Dan and said, "Getting you out almost took my life, and I still have to get you a dragon sister. Do you want me to get you a group of dragon sisters, dragon sisters, dragon sisters, and so on?" Dan's eyes lit up and immediately said, Sure, the more the better. The men of my dragon god race should have many, many wives." Luo Tian was immediately speechless and said, "Kill for me, I will consider getting you a dragon goddess, hee." In his mind, the appearance of the heavenly palace god race's goddess Ike appeared, and he muttered in his heart, "When will I get Dan like this? It should be great, ha ha ha." 8 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 6. The Demon Beast's experience points dropped again. 2 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 7. His experience points dropped again. 5 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 8. On the 13th day. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound Emperor Stage 9. At this time, the ancient demon beast experience had already become a few tens of thousands of points each, completely unable to support Luo Tian's needs to level up. 3 times experience pills were also useless. Luo Tian only had a few refined experience pills on him. A few 100 million experience points were completely useless. He was still 1 level away. He had reached the profound god realm. However, this level had become incomparably difficult, and the experience points were too little. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to level up even after a month. What Luo Tian was worried about had happened. "Senior, these demon beasts are no longer able to help me level up. Are there any other places in the ancient battlefield that have higher level demon beasts?" The 5 of them looked at each other. At the same time, they looked at the sky and nodded. "Yes." "Where is the chrysanthemum insertion team? Explode for me." Chapter 6:16. As his level increased, the ancient monster's experience was no longer enough to satisfy Luo Tian's needs. If he was outside, Luo Tian might be able to continue his slaughter. But here he had no time to waste. Ascending from the 9th level of the Mystic Sovereign Realm to the 1st level of the Mystic God Realm required an enormous amount of experience. He might not be able to level up even after killing monsters for a month or 2. He had to find monsters with even more experience to kill. Adept Jinling and the others exchanged glances. In the past 13 days, they had personally witnessed Luo Tian's continuous breakthroughs. For the first time, they did not believe that it was a coincidence. It was just an epiphany. For the second time, they did not speak. For the 3rd time, they became excited. For the 4th time, they laughed foolishly. They saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Luo Tian could really bring them out. This was something they had dreamed of for tens of thousands of years. Out. Therefore, when Luo Tian asked where there were stronger monsters, Adept Jinling immediately said, "Yes, in the sky." In the sky, Luo Tian was stunned. Looking up, he didn't see any demon beasts. Apart from the 7 blood-red crescent moons, there was nothing else in the sky. The crescent moons also didn't have blood grooves. Obviously, they weren't demon beasts and couldn't be killed. Adept Skywood's expression was solemn. He glanced at Adept Jinling and said, "Senior brother, once we take this step, we have no way out." Adept Inferno laughed and said, "We have no way out. I've been slaves to that bastard 7 Brilliance demon sovereign for tens of thousands of years. I've had enough. Brother Luo, the monster that eldest senior brother spoke of, is the 7 moons." Then, Adept Inferno pointed at the 7 crescent moons in the sky and said, "At night they transform into 7 crescent moons to absorb killing intent. During the day, they return to 7 Moon Valley. That place is forbidden to us. However, after tens of thousands of years of observation, we brothers have discovered that the 7 crescent moons are 7 consciousnesses condensed by the 7 Brilliance demon sovereign. The consciousnesses refine their true bodies and use them to control us. They are the 7 Brilliance demon sovereign's lackeys. In the 7 Moon Valley, there are Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Stegosaurus, and Pterosaur ancestors. They specialize in laying eggs and can produce 1,000,000 monsters a day. That is why the monsters in the primordial battlefield did not die out. Reverend Lian spoke without reservation. Hearing his words, Luo Tian was suddenly enlightened. No matter how big the primordial battlefield was, no matter how many demonic beasts there would be a day when all of them would be wiped out. Luo Tian started to find it strange. Now, it seemed like there was a primogenitor who specialized in producing these demonic beasts. How much experience did he have? And then there was July. The 7 consciousnesses of the 7 Brilliance demon monarchs had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. They were far stronger than the consciousnesses of the undead emperors. Each of them had at least 100 million experience points, or even more. If that was the case, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He looked at Venerable Jinling and asked, "Senior, can you take me there?" "Just tell me the location of 7 Moon Valley." Without waiting for them to speak, Reverend Lian grinned and said, "What? Do you think we're afraid of death? Brother Luo, 7 Moon Valley is incomparably dangerous. It's more dangerous than any of the forbidden grounds in the profound sky continent. Back then, 4 of our 10 senior brothers were killed at the entrance of 7 Moon Valley. Damn it. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Senior brother won't take you there. I'll take you there." His expression was furious. It was as if the deaths of his 4 senior brothers had happened yesterday. Reverend Lian was like that. His emotions were all displayed on his face. He would not hide anything. Venerable Jinling growled, "Junior brother, didn't I say we won't take Luo Tian there? We don't know what's hidden inside 7 Moon Valley. Even if we're going, we need to come up with a plan. What if the 7 Brilliance demon monarch is waiting for us at the entrance of the valley?" Reverend Lian said, "Senior brother, what do you think we should do?" Venerable Jinling only said one word, "Wait." Wait? Wait until when? It's already been 13 days. The 7 Brilliance demon monarch has probably finished refining the blood in the surroundings and the energy in the Sky Dragon orb. He might come out at any time. If he discovers Luo Tian, he won't show any mercy, Reverend Lian said anxiously. 13 days. The 7 Brilliance demon monarch could appear at any moment. They were running out of time. Taoist Skywood shouted, "Junior brother, let senior brother finish speaking." Venerable Jinling glanced at the blood-red night sky and said, "The 7 crescent moons will instantly return to 7 Moon Valley at dawn. Why won't they appear during the day? From what I've seen, their strength during the day is restricted. They won't be as strong as at night. That's our best time. The 7 Brilliance demon monarch only appears at night. so he should be the same as 7 Moon Valley. His cultivation during the day will be weaker than at night. When I say wait, we'll charge into 7 Moon Valley at dawn. Haha, senior brother, you should have said so earlier. I thought you wanted us to wait for a few months, Reverend Lion laughed. Luo Tian had no objections. At this moment, Erden walked over while picking his teeth. The golden light on his body was as bright as ever. He walked up to Luo Tian and burped. Boss, I had a great time eating those bones. I broke through again. He had already broken through twice. His youthful appearance had faded a lot. If he was 3 years old in the past, he was now 7 or 8 years old. Reverend Lian's eyes flickered. You broke through again? Do you think you can break through by eating those trash Xian weapons? Erden was slightly displeased as he said, Old man, don't think that you can insult my boss just because you saved me. The Xian weapons that my boss refined aren't trash. If you dare to speak ill of my boss again, do you believe that I won't beat you up? He could not insult Luo Tian. That was Erden's bottom line. It was fine to insult him, but he could not insult Luo Tian. Huh. Reverend Lian laughed. I said the wrong thing. I just wanted to ask if you can break through by eating Xian weapons. I think your body is still a lot weaker than an adult dragon god's, right? Erden nodded. That's right. Reverend Lian chuckled and flipped his right hand. A long sword, glowing purple, appeared in his palm. Erden's eyes were about to pop out as he drooled. He swallowed his saliva continuously and revealed a fawning expression. Luo Tian's eyes also moved as he shouted, High-grade divine artifact. Reverend Jinling smiled faintly and said, Since that's the case, then everyone take it out. Pala, pala, pala! A large pile of divine artifacts on the ground. Luo Tian's eyes were about to fall to the ground. How did you guys get so many high-grade divine artifacts? Gulp! As he spoke, Luo Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Without waiting for him to speak, Erden pounced forward. Chapter 617. A pile. It was a dazzling pile. Even Luo Tian could not stop swallowing his saliva. Good stuff. All of them are good stuff. High-grade, divine artifacts. Dan pounced on them and swallowed them one by one. He was like a tautai, gobbling them up. Luo Tian's eyes were about to pop out. He kept reminding, Dan, can you leave some for me? Leave some for me. Dan did not hear him at all. He ate heartily. Enlightened Master Jinling laughed and said, Eat more. Luo Tian gulped down his saliva, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. Cur. How many legendary weapons are there? All of them are eaten up by this glutton. Yours truly must have had 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck to have met a glutton like this. To think that he would pick out all the good stuff to eat. His heart was broken. In the heavenly palace, Luo Tian was eaten until he went bankrupt. Here, it wasn't easy for him to meet the 5 ancestors of Huashan. Seeing them take out a pile of high-grade god weapons, he thought that he had struck gold. But before he could celebrate, Dopey went into a frenzied eating mode. Not only was his heart broken, even his balls were about to shatter. Seeing Dan gobbling up the divine artifacts, Luo Tian's eyes were lifeless. He felt like the world was about to collapse. He sighed in his heart and could not help but ask, Senior, how did you get so many high-grade divine artifacts? Enlightened Master Jinling smiled and said, When we first entered the ancient battlefield, it was not like this. It was a real battlefield, a battlefield left behind from 10,000 years ago. There were divine artifacts everywhere. Many of them were Xian weapons from the ancient world. We only picked up the good ones. Later on, when the 7 Brilliance demon sovereign found us, things changed. We picked up these divine artifacts from the ground, but now that the battlefield has been buried, it is difficult to get more out. Picked up? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, It seems that the ancient world is very interesting. The weapons used in the war are all high-grade divine artifacts in the Tianxian continent, as expected of a mid-tier plane. It is different. I must go and take a look if I have the chance. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. F***CK. High-grade divine weapons are indeed different. The Xian weapon I refined didn't level up even after eating thousands of them, but Dan leveled up after eating just a few. Luo Tian was secretly puzzled. Thinking about Dan's future, he felt his heart ache. This guy is too much of a bastard. Dan was thoroughly enjoying himself. When Luo Tian saw that he would not leave even half a divine weapon for himself, he gave up. He looked at the sky and saw that there was still some time before dawn. It was time to refine some of the ancient spiritual herbs that he had picked up during this period of time. It would be best if he could improve the profound explosion pill again. Furthermore, he still had a little bit of the 7-colored snow lotus, which could be used to refine a triple experience pill. This was a great leveling tool, so he had to be the first to refine it. At this moment, Luo Tian said, "Senior, I'll go make some preparations. We'll meet here before dawn." Subsequently, Luo Tian said to Erden, "Foodie, I'm leaving." Dan didn't even turn his head and completely ignored him. Luo Tian looked at his swaying butt and couldn't help but want to stomp on him a few times. Sigh! He let out a long sigh and then turned into a shadow and disappeared into the night. Perfected Jinling looked in the direction where Luo Tian disappeared and said in a deep voice, "We should also prepare. Tomorrow is destined to be a fierce battle, and it's also our last chance. Whether we can leave or not depends on this." Ha ha ha. Perfected Lai Yin laughed and said, "Senior brother, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. I didn't expect that it was because of Luo Tian that we would have the courage to face this day." Everyone was silent for a few seconds. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, they really wouldn't have the courage to face it. The 7 Brilliance Demon Lord's cultivation was too strong. He was so strong that they couldn't shake him. However, no matter what, they had to give it their all this time. The 5 of them made up their minds. The 5 of them sat down cross-legged in the positions of the 5 elements, and a mark flashed between their brows. The 5 marks of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth shone brightly between their brows. The power of the 5 elements was born in their bodies at this moment and gradually became stronger. Dan was eating with all his might. When Luo Tian left, he knew that he didn't turn back because he wanted to spend all his time eating these divine weapons. He wanted to become stronger, and he wanted to become stronger quickly. Dan knew very well what he was going to face next. He didn't want Luo Tian to be hurt. Even if he died here, he didn't want his boss, his only family in the world, to be hurt. Therefore, he ate with all his might, constantly devouring the power of the divine weapons and turning it into power to stimulate his body and break through the shackles. Ding! Refinement failed. Luo Tian wasn't discouraged and said in a deep voice, "Again!" Luo Tian was extremely careful every time he refined. After every failure, Luo Tian would be silent for a minute or so to think, where did he fail, and what was the reason for the failure? It had to be said, the ancient spirit herb contained an extremely strong power, and this power was so strong that Luo Tian couldn't control it. This was also the reason for the failure. However, Luo Tian didn't give up. After refining the triple experience pill, he crazily studied the mystic explosion pill. If he could refine it, his chances of success would be higher. He couldn't be trapped here. He had to get out. Yunling and Yun were still waiting for him to save them. Ding! Refinement failed. Again. Failure. Again! Luo Tian continued to try and control the ancient spirit grass. Slowly, he was able to grasp the power of the ancient spirit grass. He was making progress bit by bit. He was very clear that there were no shortcuts in this world. Those who succeeded had to put in an unimaginable amount of effort. The reason why Luo Tian's breakthrough speed was so fast was also because he had put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Under the blood-red night sky, Luo Tian was completely immersed in it. The profound qi value was constantly being consumed, and the ancient spirit herb was also constantly being consumed. He couldn't count how many times he had failed, and there was only one belief in his heart: I must succeed. Hua Mountain Immortal Sect. More than 10 days had passed, and the people from the 10 great immortal sects had all arrived, and there were quite a few experts from them. The people from the Star Sea Immortal Sect were the last to arrive. In the main hall of Hua Mountain, with a respectful smile on his face, Sage Tianqiu went forward to welcome him, saying, "Welcome, Elder Xinghai. With your arrival, even if the ancient battlefield opens, it won't be much of a threat." Elder Xinghai smiled faintly. Beside him, a woman as cold as ice walked out, like an iceberg. The woman raised her eyes slightly, looked at Sage Tianqiu, and said coldly, "I heard that when you threatened Luo Tian, you actually threatened to kill my young miss. Is that true?" Cold Frost was here. Chapter 618. Huashan Immortal School. The ancient battlefield was surrounded by people from the 10 great immortal sects. At this moment, however, Cold Frost did not appear here. She went to the place where Yunlingyi was imprisoned. Looking at them, Cold Frost laughed lightly and muttered to herself, "You still have some eyesight." Following that, Cold Frost looked at them and said, "Luo Tian is not dead yet." Yunlingyi looked at her, not knowing what to say. She also did not know who this cold and beautiful woman in front of her was. Cold Frost said again, "He can't die either." No matter what, Luo Tian could not die. During this period of time, she had understood a lot. Originally, she was completely loyal to Moron Wanjian and was even willing to die for him. But now it was different. She had changed. Luo Tian's figure appeared in his mind. He lowered his head and laughed lightly. "He hasn't hit my little, but yet he can't die." Yunlingyi was getting more and more confused. Ancient battlefield. At the break of dawn, Luo Tian gasped for breath. His entire body was drenched as if he was drenched in the rain. His expression was ugly. It was too exhausting to continuously improve the profound explosion pill for such a long time. The amount of energy consumed in the ancient battlefield was 100 times more than outside. This is the last time. There's only one set of ancient spirit grass left. Luo Tian gently exhaled a few mouthfuls of air. Then his eyes darkened. The distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared. In an instant, he entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man. He controlled the alchemy furnace with one hand and activated his Xian Qi with the other. Buzz! Buzz! Luo Tian was not in a hurry to throw in the spirit grass, but was waiting. He was waiting for the furnace to heat up. When the heat reached a certain degree, the furnace would absorb enough Xian Qi and form a small Xian Qi array inside. Time passed by minute by minute. Suddenly, Luo Tian threw in the ancient spirit grass at lightning speed. Following that, Luo Tian's eyes opened wide, and he suddenly shouted in anger, 10 million profound Qi points! Bam! Bang! Luo Tian's body suddenly erupted with a series of muffled thunderclaps. His right palm erupted with an incomparably strong power. Most of this power was the power of the foreign, while hidden in his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian had only thought of using the ancient power to refine the ancient spiritual grass later on. This way, the refinement would be faster, and the energy within the spirit grass would be fully unleashed. Moreover, all of the energy would be retained within the spirit grass. The furnace was spinning crazily. It was like a spinning top in his hand. Beads of sweat rolled down Luo Tian's forehead. 10 million points of Xian Qi were poured into the cauldron, frantically suppressing the power of the ancient spiritual grass. The spiritual liquid was gathering drop by drop, condensing. At this time he was even more careful. She held her breath without a single break. A few minutes later, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully refining the divine explosion pill. F asterisk CK. Luo Tian directly roared. After failing for an entire night, he finally succeeded. The unhappiness in his heart was instantly vented out. Then he excitedly said, "Awesome! I didn't expect the ultimate improvement of the mysterious explosion pill to be the divine explosion pill." Ha ha ha! Luo Tian couldn't wait to open the system to check the attributes of the pill. Item: Divine Explosion Pill Grade. Ancient Effect. Ignores realm and cultivation. The user can instantly raise their cultivation by 3 realms. The duration is 30 minutes. Attention! This pill can only be used in the profound sky continent. Ignores realm and cultivation. What the F asterisk CK? This pill is really heaven-defying. What would it be like if the Mystic Emperor used it? Luo Tian was ecstatic. The improved mysterious explosion pill could only raise one's cultivation by 2 realms. The divine explosion pill could actually raise one's cultivation by 3 realms. Moreover, it ignored realm. This is awesome. Before leaving, I must get more of the spirit grass here, Luo Tian muttered. Then, a stream of idea entered Luo Tian's mind. It was Dan's voice. "Boss, the 5 seniors have disappeared. I sense their auras flying towards the southeast direction, and the 7 blood-colored crescent moons in the sky have also disappeared. Could something have happened to Boss?" Dan's voice was very anxious. The 5 spirits' ancestors were good to him, and he was also concerned about their life and death. Luo Tian frowned and secretly shouted, "Not good!" Then, Luo Tian immediately said, "Wait for me there, I'll be there soon." Half a minute. Luo Tian came to Dan's side. Dan's body had grown by more than a meter, and the large pile of high-grade divine tools on the ground had also been eaten clean. In half a night, he had directly risen by 4 levels. Changed. It was a complete mess. Luo Tian didn't have time to ask anything, and directly said, "The direction they left in, let's chase after them." Dan immediately nodded his head and said, "Boss, their speed is too fast, and the gravity here is different. Your body is still unable to adapt. Why don't you sit on my body? My body is not restricted by the gravity here, so I should be able to catch up to them." Luo Tian was stunned. In the past, he had thought of riding a dragon to descend on Duantian City and let everyone see how domineering and arrogant he was. Ever since Dan hatched, he had never thought about it. When Dan suddenly suggested to sit on his body, Luo Tian was a little shocked. He didn't think that it was because he treated Dan as his brother. Dan also knew what Luo Tian was thinking and said, "Boss, what time is it now? Why do you still care so much?" He was touched in his heart. Luo Tian frowned and sat on it without hesitation. "Roar!" Dan roared out in rage, and with a move of his body, a cloud appeared on his 8 claws, and he instantly shot out 1,000 miles, directly rushing into the clouds of dawn, truly riding on the clouds, roaming the horizon. What kind of pleasure was this? So strong! Luo Tian himself was excited, riding on the back of a divine dragon. What kind of domineering aura was this? He was in high spirits. Luo Tian's mind was also affected by the dragon's might, and his body gave off a majestic and arrogant aura. At the same time, a system beep sounded out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the joint killing skill, Dragon's Might. Ding! Do you want to cultivate it? Luo Tian's heart trembled. Joint attack skill! Cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating Dragon's Might. Skill: Dragon's Might consumption. None cooldown. 24 hours description. This skill is a joint attack skill and can only be released while riding on Dan. It can cause 3 seconds of dizziness, ignoring all defense. Haha, 3 seconds of dizziness? Isn't this too good? Luo Tian was secretly delighted. If one could be stunned for 3 seconds in the game, It was basically a death sentence. 3 seconds was as important as life for an expert. Luo Tian laughed wildly in his mind. 7 brilliance, Demon Lord. You're dead this time. Where's the chrysanthemum team? Can't we get the chrysanthemum today? It's so uncomfortable. Cold frost is already here, and she's about to fly 3 times. Are you guys going to continue? There's only 40 votes left, brothers. Let's go. It's so uncomfortable to have no chrysanthemum at night. Ha ha ha. Today's 5 chapters are finished, and there will be another 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 619. An unexpected gain. He didn't expect to be able to comprehend a combination skill while riding a dragon. This kind of combination skill had appeared in online games in his previous life, so Luo Tian wasn't too surprised. Outside the 7 Moons Valley. Humph. You 5 old things really don't want to live anymore. You dare to come to the 7 Moons Valley. Don't you know that this is the forbidden area of the ancient battlefield? I think you're tired of living. The valley was also like a waning moon. At the entrance of a narrow valley, there was a huge stone tablet erected at the entrance of the valley. There were 3 words engraved on the tablet, 7 Moons Valley. There was a man in blood-red clothes standing on top of the stone tablet. His face could not be seen clearly. The man's body was filled with a thick, killing intent, and a bloodthirsty aura was burning on his body like a flame. Very powerful. His aura was very fierce. Other than that, the blood-red man's tone was filled with contempt as he sneered. You are just slaves of the Divine Lord. If the Divine Lord wants you to die, it's just a matter of moving his finger. You old farts, get the hell out of here. Not waiting for him to finish. Spiritual Master Lai Yen was the first to lose control and cursed. F***CK your grandmother. Then, the power of the peak profound Emperor realm erupted to its peak, and the released power formed a fiery red flame that burned crazily. At this moment he suddenly moved, and his palms directly slashed towards the blood-red man. The blood-red man frowned slightly, and his expression became even more disdainful. He said, You overestimate yourself. The moment Spiritual Master Lai Yen moved, he also moved. His speed was even faster than his, and his strength was even more ferocious. Moreover, the aura on his body directly suppressed the aura on Spiritual Master Lai Yen's body, and the pressure also rushed out. You're just slaves. How dare you be impudent in front of me? You're courting death. Blood-red shadow. The surrounding air directly turned scarlet with a pungent smell of blood. The killing intent was extremely cold. The blood-red man's figure scattered in the sky. Bam! Spiritual Master Lai Yan's palm struck the air, and he snorted, Don't run, grandson. Run. I've always been here. It's your strength that's too weak. As soon as he finished, the blood shadow that scattered in the sky suddenly gathered and silently landed behind Spiritual Master Lai Yan, grinning sinisterly. Junior brother, be careful. 4th brother. It was too strange. He hadn't sensed anything at all. This was a suppression in terms of cultivation. The raging flame, Reverend, felt a chill on his back, but he did not panic. Instead, his face was calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wild smile. He said, Lie down for me. It was unknown when. The moment Reverend Raging Flame moved, the other 4 moved as well. Standing in the positions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he instantly formed a killing array. The 5 spirits, killing array. Everything had been planned out long ago. He was waiting for the blood-red man to fall for it. The blood-red man's face darkened as he sensed the danger of the 5 spirits, killing array. He roared, Are you trying to rebel? The Divine Lord will not let you go. Just wait to die. Motherfucker. I've tolerated you for a long time. If anyone is to die, you'll die first. Reverend Raging Flame cursed and frowned. The fire spirit mark on his forehead suddenly shot out a beam of light. The other 4 did the same. The 5 elements' marks on their foreheads all flashed with fluorescent light, directly binding the blood-red man. The surrounding aura suddenly changed again, from the pungent smell of blood to the five spirits aura. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth aura constantly soared and quickly formed a five elements killing array, crazily crushing the blood-red man. Trapped by the power of the five elements, he kept struggling. The dark red aura on his body kept rising, but it was firmly suppressed by Jean Ling and the other four. They did not kill the blood-red man. They only trapped him. The blood-red man noticed this and stopped struggling. He sneered, "If you dare to touch me, you will all suffer. You better know what's good for you and let me go. I will satisfy the divine Lord for you. Otherwise, you know the consequences." He thought that the five of them would not dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago. Thinking of this, his face could not help but reveal a disdainful sneer. He looked very proud as he concluded that the five of them would not dare to kill him. It was a competition of cultivation. He wasn't any weaker than any of the five. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would be stronger than any of them. However, when the five of them joined forces, it was a different story. The power of the five elements reinforced each other and was endless. This power was very different. He could not break it. "Don't dare to touch you?" "Venerable Lai," Yen sneered. He looked up and said, "The person who will touch you will be here soon." The blood-red man's face changed slightly. He said, "Other than the five of you old things, there is only that little rat who entered the primordial battlefield 13 days ago. You can't be waiting for him, right? Ha ha ha. A second-level mystic sovereign trash wants to kill me? Even if I stand in front of him and let him kill me, he can forget about harming a single strand of my hair. That trash from the Tian Shan continent. The divine monarch doesn't even take him seriously. How can a little mouse like him, who hides in a dog's hole, hurt me? The five of you old things are getting worse. You actually sent a trash to kill me." They knew that Luo Tian was in the primordial battlefield. They did not care about Luo Tian because they did not care about him at all. A second-level mystic sovereign was too weak in the primordial battlefield. He could not even protect himself against any primordial demonic beast. They did not care about him at all. Just as the blood-red man finished speaking, Luo Tian came riding on a dragon. It was shining with golden light and looked extremely valiant. The five of them were secretly shocked. A dragon rider. Dragons were the noblest species in the world. They would not allow anyone to ride on their heads. No matter how strong an expert was, they would not be able to make a dragon submit. Moreover, Erdin was the descendant of the dragon god, which made him even more noble. They did not expect that he would allow Luo Tian to ride on him. The blood-red man's face changed. "Dragon? Huh. How did that trash's cultivation?" Venerable Lai Yen laughed and said, "Ninth-level mystic sovereign. You didn't expect it, right? In just 13 days, he broke through to the 9th level. Now, can he still kill you? You son of a B***TCH. You have been riding on our heads for tens of thousands of years. Now go to hell. Brother Luo, kill him." The reason why they came earlier was to buy time for Luo Tian. They were very clear that if Luo Tian could break through by killing monsters, then he would definitely be able to kill the blood-red man. He was just the 7 Moon Valley's guardian, not the 7 waning moons. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to trap him. Luo Tian was moved. He engraved this gratitude in his heart. This was not the time to be shy. Luo Tian's figure moved and instantly landed. A long tang saber appeared in his hand. His gaze darkened. Seeing that the blood-red man only had a little bit of health left, he laughed coldly and viciously slashed down. "Rumble! Rumble! How dare you!" The 7 Moon Valley shook, as if a sleeping giant had suddenly woken up. Chrysanthemum insertion team, good job! Another bloody chrysanthemum exploded. Ha ha ha. Thank you, brothers. Our goal is to insert it. Brothers who still have monthly tickets, insert it for me.